question about trans shit like a week ago. He was like, trans shit is like none of the population. Why are we even talking about this? Let's just move on. And it's like, oh, so it didn't ever matter. It was just a fucking talking point from the conservatives. And then people like this bought it hook, line, and sinker because they never really did care about it. Oh yeah, like Donald Trump is for America and Kamala is for they, them or something. It was like some trans ad like that. And yeah, it was just like, yeah, but clearly like conservatives just...
How wild this shit about to get. Like, he says crazy shit, but he can't do it. Right?
I don't know. He absolutely can do it. The thing that was stopping him before, there were two things stopping him before. One was we still had some semblance of what our country was. So the people were a little bit in the way. And two was you had the bureaucracy. You had people who were people that appreciated the United States of America, people who appreciated like the ideas that the country was built on and didn't think that the president should be a fucking king. Well, all of those people are now gone. Trump knows that he needs people that are sycophants. He's got a Supreme Court that's willing to let him become immune from all accountability criminally. And so now he can just do whatever he wants to do now, he can basically do.
What do you think he wants to do? You think he'll try to run for a third term?
I mean, I'm going to say the same thing I said this year, that he's too old to do it. So who knows?
That is true.
Maybe he will.
Donnie Jr., next one in there?
I don't think so. I don't think he has the same pizzazz as Trump. Nobody did. Everybody was waiting for somebody who did. They thought it was going to be Vivek, and he wasn't. It didn't happen, so who knows? But the scary thing is that whoever comes next, like there's a bunch of people around him where he's just like an empty vessel that they can fill with whatever conservative ideas they have or crazy ideas they have. Not conservative ideas, but like insane ideas.
Is the idea that they just want to go back to like the Truman Show? Is that it?
Truman Show? What do you mean?
Like the 1950s, like white neighborhood, like, you know, everything's safe, no bad stuff existed at all, even though it did, all that shit. It's like that.
I don't know if that, I mean, that might be some of the population's thoughts, but the scary thing, the problem is that it's like all of these weird, there are a lot of really wealthy, like Silicon Valley billionaire crypto guys who are like orbiting these people now, and it's very fucking weird. Like watching like Zuckerberg become like a Trump cocksuck is one of the most like bizarro things. I never in my life thought that I would see that.
He was like the defender of the Democrats. What like
he like I think in 2016 he gave like $100 million just for like states to like shore up their election security, and now he's like, oh, I was bullied by the FBI, like Jim Jordan, please fuck me harder, baby. It's just like it's incredibly. I never thought I would saw Zuckerberg like doing shit like this. So I don't know.
People see, it's like the saddest thing I think, seeing people that you respect
for it, yeah,
bend over,
and they're like smart guys too. And it's so funny because for like every single one of these guys, like the Elon leaked recordings where he's like, yeah, Trump is like, he just was like a fucking loser. Vance is like, I don't know, I can't tell, this guy's literally America's next Hitler. That's his vice president. Like all of these guys are, yeah, I don't know, super weird and cringe.
Oh God, I hope not the next Hitler. All right,
wait, what was the end of that?
Okay.
So let's go to Super Depends on it while calling himself a social democrat. That makes no sense at all, okay? Like, I call myself a democratic capitalist, and privatized health insurance makes no sense. Even in capitalism, it makes no sense. If you're calling yourself a democratic socialist or whatever you're calling yourself, and you're in favor of only privatized health insurance, you're not even trying to make sense.
So let's famous socialist democrat, Stephen. What's your favorite part about being a socialist democrat?
Well, technically, I am a SOC Dem, so that's what just stands for Social Democrat, not Social Democrat.
I think he said socialist.
Yeah, I don't know if he said that, but he's whatever. But Dem SOC is what he is, which is a democratic socialist.
Big difference there.
It is.
Yeah. No, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
I also concur. All right. Well, he's gone. He left the left. Now he will soon be. How far right will he go? Is the question.
I don't know. I mean, now he's running around saying all the nice things about. I'm glad, basically saying I'm glad that like Trump won and Bernie didn't, or not Bernie, Kamala didn't.
Okay, well, look at all these.
The anti-white racism. Let's hear it.
Happy with me, and everyone will hear exactly what they want to hear. Criminals are great.
Excuse me, sir. Just a few more pixels.
Love criminals. We should let all of them out of prison, and we should, allow them to terrorize working class people when they're trying to get to work, and that's actually going to make everybody's lives better. So
Yeah,
if that's going to make everyone happy, then fine. Okay, I give up. I give up. Okay, criminals are great unless they're white. If they're white, we should put them in prison for the rest of their lives.
Oh my God, if they're right-wing, life sentence. Okay, anyways, so I know, how dare we be principled? We should be unfair to the right. I know. We should be unfair to fellow Americans. I know. So,
imagine that you're a subscriber for the Young Turks and you have like the 30-year subscriber badge or whatever the fuck it is, and you're watching this and you're like, What's happening? You're like, wait a hey, stop. What are you doing? And then this is it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know I wonder what their subscription numbers look like on the paid stuff. I don't even know what they do for paid stuff. They must earn money from more than AdSense. But I mean, I agree with them here 100%. I think, or like 80%. I think it's
Can you find out how much money they make?
No clue. I think it's cringe when like these people are like defending homeless people, screaming at people in the subway. That is the cringiest, like lamest shit in the world. Nobody should have to tolerate that. That's fucking insane. But the fact that you would like 180 your entire political outlook on life because people bully you on that.
Well, wait, this is not anything new. Like, the whole idea is, like, if you were a white guy that said the N-word 10 years ago, you will forever wear that on that'll be carved into your forehead. But if you're a black guy that literally killed, like, a mother and her 2 kids in a robbery fucking 8 years ago, you served your time. Like, okay, that's it. We're not going to talk about that again. Like, it's it, that's the meme.
Well, that's pretty extreme. I don't know if that's true, but maybe.
You don't think so?
A black guy that murders somebody and then serves time and comes back?
Yeah. What second chance. Yeah, served his time. You don't think so?
Who did that?
Whom? Like OJ? He didn't serve his time. But,
true.
Yeah.
But I don't think people were happy that because OJ was like black. I think there was a combination. I think there were 2 things going on there. One is that black people, I think there was probably a feeling of white people got away with a lot of shit and black people got away with a lot of shit. And then black people got like fucked with a lot of shit. So one feeling was that, okay, well, one time we stuck it to you guys. Like, I don't think they would say like, oh yeah, we forgive OJ, he's a good guy. Like, they're not about to be like, yeah, I'd let him hang out with my sister, right? But they're like, yeah, fuck him. Whitey got what he deserved. I think, and then the second thing was the fact that OJ was famous. Like, a lot of people knew. If he would have just been like a random fucking dude, I don't know if people would have cared anywhere near as much, but.
What was there was the whole bear versus man in the woods meme, but then someone modified it to say, what about bear versus homeless man in the woods?
Wow, that guy must have been a genius.
Was that you?
Yeah.
But it's not, it's okay. Now that I know that you thought of it, it's actually not that good. Because I wouldn't want to be around homeless people because they're like a little bit crazy. Mm-hmm. Oh, God, I feel fucking gross that I came up with this.
Is it your white supremacist? I'm not white supremacist. I'm Mexican. I know, I saw that.
Okay.
Did you get that?
You said I'm not a white supremacist?
And?
Is it your white supremacist? I'm not white supremacist. I'm Mexican. I know, I kind of white supremacist.
Did you hear that part?
No, what's it saying?
I'm Mexican.
Okay.
Anyways, there's another video, a longer one.
I saw that. Is it your...
Full footage, right there. Below. Look.
Hey, if you want to see the full episode of this, go to patreon.com/anything else for great content like this and more.
Yeah, you're missing 2 hours, dumbass.
Maybe.
This is only 1 hour. There's 2 hours more.
We have no idea how many hours.
All right.
Hello. Oh, it doesn't matter. You can stay outside.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, I'm
Where?
shaking so hard. She was right in front of this house.
Oh, you weren't involved?
I saw the whole thing, and it would be more than happy to explain to you exactly what happened. And I tried to
Is she up there right now?
Yeah, she is.
How's she look?
She's probably like my age. I think she has curly brown with gray hair. She's got some gloves. She's white. Yeah, she's right out there. I tried to get her to come with
Can I
me.
just so I could
Yeah,
get
of
some
course.
information real quick?
I need to take 1 minute to shit on Fuentes, okay? The fact that he didn't have a fucking sombrero ready to go come out of his house. Hola! La policía! Ah! Me llamo Nick Fuentes!
So what happened?
It would have been an epic video.
It would have been funny.
I'll just be completely honest with you. He's the white supremacist that coined the phrase, your body, my choice.
How is she so fucking triggered? That's the one, Your Honor! Who coined the phrase, your body? Is he in the courtroom right now? It's him!
Not good.
Is evil against women, and so as I pulled up,
How do you know him?
it's on the internet, and I'm just,
Oh,
I drove by because I'm ridiculous.
it's a post that he made?
No, everybody's outing him. because he's a white supremacist. And
What's your phone number?
Oh boy.
So, why exactly would you get?
I tried by wanting to see where the gym lived. To be totally honest, I'm so disgusted with everything. So when I came by, other people were like taking photos, and then she was standing there. And I was
Is it one of the code M for her?
yeah.
There's your current address? Okay.
They gotta fix this body cam audio. Like, there needs to be a noise gate.
Oh.
You weren't involved. You know the lady?
No, not at all. I don't know either.
Can you just stay here? I'm gonna try to make sure she's okay.
Sure, and I'll tell you exactly.
What does this negative 0600 mean at the top? Like, I'm guessing this is the time to...
Maybe
what
that's
is-
when the shift started? Or that could be the time zone?
She's okay.
She went and pushed the door back.
Where's the sun?
Or might be time zone, yeah.
She didn't say a word. He came out with his full body, both arms,
His full body.
pushed her back. She fell.
How, like, I don't understand how these people do this. Like, just...
She fell off onto the ground. She's trying to get up, and as she's getting up, she has a phone in her hand. He grabs it. He was going back up the stairs to his front door. He slams the phone down and went in the house.
Okay, and then you went inside?
And then he went inside.
Okay.
Slams the phone down. Slams it into the ground.
I mean, you know that Nick Fuentes is a landlord.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He owns this whole building. He rents it out to the other people there. I think.
I don't think that's true.
I think it's true. I think he owns the whole building and he rents out the other units.
Which building?
But the one he's in right now, I think.
Isn't he just in a house? This is in a neighborhood with apartments in it?
I think this is like a duplex or a triplex.
We'll see.
Yeah, please. Give me to be honest, 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Oh, yeah, for sure. Come on. That's
Are these like multi-unit buildings?
Definitely. That's like a 2 to a 4 unit.
Yeah? Okay. So I'll talk to you guys separately, you know that. Can you walk across the street to my car?
Can you get my phone?
Where's your phone?
Oh, that voice.
Please hold on a second. Can I figure out it's about to post something, right?
Push me down the steps.
Give me a second, just stay over there. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a vintage GMC truck. I like that.
Make sure it's on time. So what happened?
So, are you familiar with the resident?
Sir, stay in the front. Somebody in the gate? Oh, okay. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so what happened?
Okay, so I'm just asking, this is...
Oh my god, the pins.
Are you familiar with the resident?
No, I'm not. I have no idea who it is.
We're at
So
Tchotchkes.
he's a white supremacist, and he talked about men should be allowed to rape women because he's the one that made the phrase. He coined the phrase "your body, my choice." That's what she's about to say.
Who actually did come up with that? Was that him or someone else?
I don't know if he coined it or if he just tweeted it.
I'm not going to add extra to it. His name is Nick Fuentes, and he is a white supremacist fraternity, and he was on his very popular YouTube channel talking about how after Trump won to women everywhere, basically.
On
your
YouTube?
body,
She's obviously wrong, yeah.
my choice. Okay, so there
I got kind of somebody that...
Okay, so there are a lot of people who are doxing him because he basically threatened every woman and their daughters by saying, your body, my choice. I don't care how he votes. I mean...
She left out the forever part. And, by the way, little tidbit. I read this somewhere, and it's guided me well throughout my years. Sometime, there was a statistic that was created by someone who I assume did a study that said that people that have bumper stickers are like 20 times more likely to fucking kill you or get in an accident. And I fucking believe it. And I would extend that lack of charitability to people that wear a fuck ton of pins.
Wow.
So,
Maybe.
do you know why that statistic exists like that?
Why?
Because if you're so willing to put your views out in the open like that, it's like you're looking for a fight. You're trying to fuck around and find out.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I exclusively shoot at people with the baby on board bumper stickers.
Right where the baby would be.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I know a lot of Republicans favorite office Republicans.
Yeah.
But my point is, that is a threatening statement, and there are a lot of people who are upset about it.
Yeah.
I came by here because I live in Berlin. I live on the south side.
Okay.
And I came to do a little video because my friends keep saying, he lives near town.
Yeah.
So I went outside and did a little video.
Yeah, nice building.
What's that?
In front of the house? Like,
Yeah.
Take this house?
On the sidewalk. Yeah.
Okay. And what was the reason for that for videotaping?
Because I wanted to show people that there was no, there were no people are making
You know what? That might be a 3 unit. It could be.
deliveries to him of like dog food and stuff. And I was, there were no, people are making claims that they're going to send deliveries to him of like dog food and stuff. And I was showing there are no boxes of that there.
Okay.
And so a woman driving by said, ring his doorbell and say hello. So there are no signs on there saying anything about no solicitors, okay? So I rang the doorbell, immediately opened the door, sprayed me with pepper spray and pushed me down the steps.
You sprayed you with pepper spray?
Yes, you did.
And it got in your eyes?
Yes.
A little pause for a second here.
I'm calling ambulance to make sure you're... No, but...
I do think there's some sort of interesting law when it comes to your ability to do certain things if you have a no soliciting sign on your door or at the front gate of your building. Like having a no trespassing sign, I think does give you a level of I don't want to say protection, but I think there's certain things that you can do if you have posted no trespassing, no soliciting signs that aren't present otherwise. That's like a little legal thing to look up at another time, or right now. I feel like you're messaging someone like, see if Dan is retarded, please. Because it seems like it shouldn't matter, but apparently it does a little bit. Like especially like if someone is fucking around on your land and you have like a bunch of no trespassing signs.
If I had to guess,
What's the verdict? Am I right or am I retarded? I mean, I know I'm retarded, but
my guess is going to be there's a thing that goes through all 50 states. My guess is going to be it's not the fact that you have a no trespassing sign, it's the fact that you're letting somebody know that like they can't be in an area. So like my guess is going to be like on a house or in like a residential yard. It probably doesn't matter almost at all, would be my guess, because you know that you're not supposed to go in somebody, because you know you're not supposed to go over a fence. But if you're like in a...
So maybe if he had fenced his whole front yard and had a sign on the front that said no trespassing?
Well, it's still a public, or I'm sorry, it's still private property even in the yard. But like if you're like in a country area and you have no signs up, it's probably a lot harder to get somebody for trespassing if they didn't even know that they were trespassing. But that'd be my guess.
Interesting.
It goes through all, this thing goes through all 50 states. No trespassing signs in Alabama must be reasonably likely to come to the attention of intruders and should provide a reference to the legal code. According to Alabama law, a person is guilty of criminal trespass on the third degree when he knowingly enters or remains unlawfully in or upon premises. So yeah, it probably has to do with like putting somebody on notice, basically.
Interesting.
Okay.
But I want you to check to the room. Can you roll me this way? Just maybe like you got pepper sprayed in the face. I just want to make sure you're okay.
How long ago you think she got pepper sprayed here?
So you'll...
My guess would be within an hour.
That must have been some weak-ass pepper spray that Fuentes is using then. Because I got pepper sprayed when I was in the Coast Guard, and that shit fucked you up. Not like I'm talking to the cops an hour later. Like, it feels like you were dipping your face in a fucking fryer. Like, your shit is cooked when you actually get pepper sprayed. It fucking sucks.
Sure, yeah.
Like,
but I'm sure there's like different like strengths of it and different like how much you can hit and whatever. I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but to play devil's advocate, if you're being targeted by a doxing campaign, people have publicly stated that they're coming to your house and you're not expecting visitors and someone rings in your bell, don't you think that the macing thing is a little justified? Absolutely not. You can't
You just can't open. You just don't open the door.
Yeah, just don't open the door. Why would you open the door and just start macing people? That's insane.
You opened the door?
He opened the door in the same movement, he sprayed me and pushed me down the steps.
However, just advice that I would offer is if you wanted to call the cops because you were trying to like fuck over somebody like Fuentes on something like this, I think that probably what you should say, my guess is like you talk to the cop and say, hey, I went to knock on this guy's door. He pepper sprayed me. Like as few details as possible would be my guess, because this lady sounds fucking crazy. She sounds like a
unhinged.
stalker.
I don't know how Fuentes got arrested with this level of, like how unhinged this chick sounds. And the pins all over her shit.
Oh, I guess we'll see what he says.
And you...
Backwards, I fell onto the sidewalk and, kind of rolled. He grabbed my phone and went back inside.
You grabbed your phone and went
Yes.
in the house?
Yes. And we've been waiting for the police ever since. So.
Okay. So you didn't call me, was you right?
A woman who was here called me.
Okay, do you have an ID, man? Can I ask the reason why you would come here to begin with?
Well,
I mean, to me, I know about the social pose now. I mean, she told me about it. The lady that shot.
not here.
It doesn't seem like a good idea to come to somebody's house and just, I mean, based on, I get the pose might upset you, and it might be something that you don't agree with, but to go to somebody's house is kind of over the top.
I understand that. At the same time, if somebody comes to my door who's upset with me and I don't know anything about them being violent or anything like that, I don't open the door, pepper spray them, and push them down the steps.
What's your phone number?
Did he push her down the steps?
That's what she alleged.
Yeah.
But there's video from her perspective.
We can look at it after.
So what would you like done in this situation?
I want to file some sort of complaint.
A complaint as in
Assault.
well, is she trying to get a report or are you trying to get arrested?
I don't really care what you advise.
No, I get it. The only way that if I still speak with
Yeah.
I'm trying to get all your side and then we'll make a decision after we speak to both parties. But if this might end up being a report, but would you want to sign a place? You have to actually go to court against them and send court against them.
I don't care. That's fine.
So do you want to sign a complaint to get them arrested? That's what I'm asking.
Do I have to make a decision in a second?
Well, if you're not sure right now, what we do is I would talk to him, I would make a report, you would get checked out by the ambulance, and then the detective would have to get involved. And you could choose to figure it out, talk to whoever you need to talk to. I would recommend not talk to social media people because they're going to tell you completely different things. But talk to whoever you need to talk to personally, like if you have this files or whatever, and then you can make a decision later. Is that what you want to do now? I would still make a report.
Yeah, I'll make a report.
Just a report?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so you just do me a favor. Regardless what happens here today, I can give you a report. I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to get his side of the story. It's going to be a report, but please, just don't show up at his house. And maybe you choose to, if you want to pursue criminal charges at a later time, that's totally up to you. But I would suggest contact us and don't come here.
It is weird
I don't want
how the whole, like, do you want to press charges thing works. Like, I understand I guess the basic logic behind it, which is that, like, we don't want to go through all this bullshit if you're not going to show up in court and we can't rely on you. But I feel like there's certain things the cops don't care. Like in issues of domestic abuse, I know they'll just fucking arrest the husband. They don't give a shit. They don't ask the wife, do you want to press charges? They just arrest the motherfucker.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree in principle. I think that example might be bad, though, because I think you usually actually really do. I think domestic violence cases are generally really hard to go after because the husband and the wife, if they're on the same page and the wife doesn't want to say shit, then they have, like, nothing in court.
Right.
I think it's a challenging thing. But in general, like, yeah, if somebody, like, goes to a park and there's some guy and he, like, stabbed a dude twice and they're both like, okay, listen, yeah, we realize, this is fucked up, but we don't want to press charges. The cops and the DA.
Yeah, he's like, well, yeah, you want to press charges? What do you want to do?
Yeah, like,
well, the motherfucker stabbed me. What are you looking to me for? Do your fucking job. Yeah. It's weird.
Again, you were videotaping his house, you went, rang his doorbell. As soon as you opened the door, you sprayed you with a
Sprayed me, pushed me,
grabbed
took
your
my
phone,
phone,
went inside, and then came back out, and then when I came.
Totally reacted to me, correct.
With both hands? How do you push with both hands?
I believe so, yeah. It was kind of.
You were right in front of the door?
Yeah, I just rang the doorbell.
Yeah, so you were right by where the doorbell was in the door?
Yeah.
And then what happened? You
I fell backwards.
To where?
In front of the ABT sign. Sidewalk.
Okay, it was on the floor.
Yeah.
And then you got back up.
Yeah, and he had taken my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, kind of got your story. Please, so do me a favor, you stand over here. I'm going to get inside, and then
I feel like the worst thing Fuentes did, I don't know how bad the push looked or the pepper spray, but the taking the phone is like, seems totally unjustifiable. But
give your report number as soon as
Did she drop it? I think she dropped it, right?
yeah, but I think she dropped it while he was like throwing her, like pushing her away. Yeah, and the fact, just because she drops it, so you can pick it up and take it inside. Like,
you're gonna check your eyes. You can sign a medical refusal, and then you don't have to go with them. But I do want them to check your eyes out, okay?
It's not that good of a neighborhood, actually. There's a lot of bars in the window.
I'm getting a couple things about. Can we do it here, man? I don't want to roll over. She's gonna. Well, I'm telling you, I'm gonna do it here. Let's do it here. Come on, man. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to argue with you. Or she can have my side. Well, she's not gonna do it. So, look, I'm trying to go in the backyard.
Cop does not want to go in the backyard.
Your name, Nick? Yes. Okay, Nick. I'm trying to get your side of the story, and by you acting like this is not open, man. I got two sides, two stories, and I'm trying to find the middle ground. Let me take the card. I'm not going to tell you this. Why? You're talking to your house. Yes. About social media for 4 days. Okay, what is that about? I posted a joke on here and then on the live stream. You're like a YouTube channel? Or East something? You're saying you're a white supremacist? I'm not a white supremacist. I'm Mexican. I'm not a I know, I'm kind of a white supremacist. I saw that.
that's a Destiny debate line.
What?
I'm not a white supremacist. I'm Mexican. My last name's Fuentes. He was quoting me from like 8 years ago. Cute.
But, I mean, this 2024, man, this happens. Especially right now in the Trump one, okay? Yeah, but it's a very political thing to say.
We also live in a free country.
Yeah.
People showing up and trying to hurry up.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's all across the street, yeah.
Is the one on her phone?
Yeah, she's the one on her phone. Apparently.
Oh, she's a DGGer.
What? Why are you saying that?
She got pepper sprayed, so she has to call the ambulance.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
This guy over here made a bad joke online, and now people are targeting his house. This lady is, she came over here, rang the doorbell, apparently sprayed her with amazingly eyes, and pushed her downstairs. So she's not on the board, so like, now I'm gonna get inside the store. I guess he fell into the car, make sure she's okay, and then her eyes apparently has pepper spray.
What the fuck do you want me to do?
No, she's complaining, so I'm like, switch to the other part here, and see what happened.
Okay, we're not going to do the whole analyze bullshit, but somebody said he thinks speaking to the police prevents him from getting arrested. So you always have the right to, quote-unquote, plead the fifth. That doesn't mean it's necessarily always in your best interest, though. If somebody can present a decent story to a cop that looks like pretty credible, and it's like, okay, yeah, it seems like there was a crime committed here, and you have the chance to say, like, well, no, this was impossible, like, I was literally asleep, or you just give, like, a thing that sounds like, okay, this sounds reasonable, like, I understand, that's fine. If you decide to exercise your right to not speak to the cops, then they might...
like you're going to always lose saying this. There's going to be so many actuallys in the chat right
fine, doesn't matter, I'm right. Like, like theoretically, or not theoretically, it has happened. Like, your being silenced there could like be kind of incriminating, where it's like, okay, well, we already had like a reason because this lady already did this whole ass fucking story on you, and you don't have shit to say, you don't have anything compelling to say. Well, now
every chatter who's watched the two videos, the one of the guy giving the lecture saying never talk to the police and this is why, and then the two fucking lawyers that are like, it's shut the fuck up Friday. What do you do when the cop comes to you? You shut the fuck up. That shit.
Hey man, did you spray her with pepper spray?
I'm not doing anything right now.
Huh?
All I'm going to say is I'm going to take your card, and my defense attorney didn't touch the deal. I'm not doing
This is a report.
I'm not trying to talk. All I'm going to say is I'm a high-profile person. I want someone stationed here. 20 people came by last night. I had paid security to document all of it. I called. They're coming tonight at 7 o'clock. But I can't afford to have it 24 hours. I called earlier because somebody else was in front taking pictures of my house. Cop drove by, saw the car that I reported with the license plate, make and model, and they didn't even stop. And the lady stood there filming my house, pointing at my house, gesturing to it. This has been going on for the past 3 days. I've been calling the police. Clearly no one's taking it seriously. No.
And then you said clearly no one was taking it seriously.
Look, man, like, to be honest, I'm trying to talk to you, get your side of the story for the whole thing. I'm not here to help you. Well, I'm not here to help you. No. I just got here. How do you know about me?
I know my rights. I'm not trying to fight with you, but I'm also not going to be telling you. I want your card. My defense attorney will call you.
You mind if I just say something?
Like, the issue is right now...
He's seeming...
Well, no, the issue is they might have probable cause for arrest already, just by the fact that she called the cops. Obviously, he's going to match the description and everything. Like, they might have, like, reasonable suspicion to search for, like, Mace at his house or something, maybe because of the report she gave, and he's already, like, able to be arrested. There's a name for this. We looked at it with the one guy getting called, but, like, a cop has a right to do a form of investigation where it's up to the accused or investigated to dispel the suspicion, basically. And if Nick might actually need to offer something compelling here to avoid an arrest. Now, that doesn't mean he'll be like charged formally with a crime, like arraigned and like charged with a crazy crime or whatever, but I don't know.
Something really quick. First of all, I'm gonna have to get you information. Sure. You have to provide it because there was a crime committed. Alright? So, second of all, from what I get, I don't care really, I don't care what you said online. I really don't care whether it was left leaning, right leaning, the middle. I don't care.
Yeah, doesn't
okay? To me, no. Now, I would hate if I was living here, whether I made a bad joke intentionally, whether I meant it or not, and somebody would show up to my house. That's kind of like wrong, right? Can we agree on that? I'm actually agreeing with you that people shouldn't show up to your house. But now you don't want to cooperate with me on asking for it. Now, I'm trying to get whether she actually did anything to prevent.
Why do cops yap like this? Because the cop is giving his side of the story. A cop is always trying to get you to agree a little bit, because once he can like get a hook in you, then like you're...
This is also not a detective either, which is kind of...
Maybe, I don't know if it is or not. They might do dual roles or whatever, but even like a basic cop will know how to get you to incriminate, right? Yeah. Like a cop is never going to be like, did you hit your friend? The cop will ask you...
Damn, what did he do for you to smack him so hard, man?
Or not even that. It'll be like, yeah, man, like I've had a friend, I've gotten into fights too and shit. It happens, right? Like
sometimes your wife talks out of turn, you gotta smack the shit out of him. The way it is, you know?
Yeah, you say little things like this and
And puts it on the stage. So I'm trying to get you guys to me, if you don't tell me anything, I'm saying you're not cooperative, you don't want to answer the question.
I'm here for my life. People have been posting my address online for the past 3 days, telling me they're coming to kill me, they're coming to rape me. I have all the screenshots, I'm posting pictures, showing how long it's going to get to my house. And I have people showing up all day, and that's my side of the story. So I'm here for my life. I haven't slept for a few days. I've got nowhere to go. That's my side of the story.
Jesus, this sounds bleak.
No comment on that. No comment. Pepper spray here, no comment. Can you give me your card? I don't have a card, but let me get your ID. You don't have a card? No, I don't have a card. Do you have a card? No? You don't carry cards? Okay.
He thinks it's like Law and Order, where it's like,
Bum bum.
let me get your card, and my lawyer will be in touch. They're about to decide if they're going to arrest you or not right now. It's not like, let me get your card. They're like, let me get your card and your information, and I'll let you know in a few minutes if you get to go back inside your house or not, basically.
Yeah.
I think he was assuming. The problem is you just can't I think no matter what, you can't open the door and mace someone.
Yeah, no. So the issue is they already probably have probable cause to arrest, and it was literally caught on video. Like the lady was filming, so you're like kind of dead to rights on that. So that the right strategy here might literally just be don't say anything. You know you're gonna get arrested. Call a lawyer or like try to set that shit up while the cops are on.
Yeah, I think he's probably doing. You should probably like literally
probably
say
shouldn't
nothing.
have said anything.
Nothing at all. Like
because the issue is that like because imagine him if it's a civil case, him on the stand or somebody else, or because the questioning, like he's literally saying like I feared for my life.
And he said other statements. He said I'm not a white supremacist. But it comes back that there was a time where he says he is one, and then they use that. Oh, so you're lying here when you said that, Mr. Fuentes.
Maybe I don't know all the rules of
everything is
evidence.
fucked you.
Well, sure, but I don't know if character evidence.
Well, it's just like it's to the jury. Like, so you admit that you were lying when you said this statement
Well, yeah,
to the
but
police.
there are some types of character evidence that are inadmissible. So, like, a judge wouldn't allow that. You could object to it. And
Really?
the judge would admonish you for it. Yeah.
If it was on record that he said something like, I'm X, and then the people can. Well,
I think it would have to be related to, like, if you and I got into a fight and during the fight you were like, this is why my grandpa was a World War II vet, and then you like punched me in the face, and like I brought that up in court or something, or like for rules of evidence, like I would say like, well, this character evidence, if Dan lied about this, him being a liar has something to do with assaulting you, so this is inadmissible unless it's like directly related to the thing. I think.
Okay.
I think. But
We need a better class of attorneys in our orbit.
what do you mean?
He's good. He's good. I would
What
like
we need more criminal attorneys.
Yes,
in our
exactly. Too much. There's not enough civil shit. We need more criminal attorneys.
Yeah.
No? You don't carry cards? No. Interesting. What's your phone number, man?
1-800-neo-Nazi. You know what he should? This is a stolen meme from chat. But what he should have done is this whole thing. He should have done it in a Mexican accent as he talked to the cop.
How's that stealing from chat? Isn't that stealing from me?
No, someone said in chat he should have done a Mexican accent. Be like, oh,
I said 20 minutes earlier, should have come out of sombrero.
Yeah, I understand that, but like if he speaks in proper English the whole time, you're like, oh no, I do not know who this is.
Is that a Russian Mexican mix? Or?
I don't know. Listen.
Yeah, it's no beef. I don't take it personal either. But all I'm trying to say is, I wasn't taking sides. I don't take your side. I don't take your side. I know. I'm praying to get right down the middle. Okay. So pray for now. But if you have any comments, I'm gonna have to take your side. Well, at least for now, I'm gonna go speak to her. So you don't want to talk to me about anything I have to do today. Now, just stay right here. Be pleased with him. I'm gonna give you like 5 minutes and we'll be done. She'll talk to you.
Is that somebody you know? Just a random person?
Random person. People come in here all weekend.
What did she say?
She's standing out there from my house saying, this is neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, my address, my phone number. Some other lady pulls up, also to harass me. Says, oh, someone's already here. They're both here to harass me.
Well, here's what I'll recommend. I don't know who's right around here. I don't know what your post was. I heard about it. I don't know what it is. I don't follow that. I'm old. I'm not really on social media. But what I would do, unless there's literally imminent danger, like where you're struggling to see your life type of thing,
Oh, he's going to say ignore him.
call us.
Well, I did.
Oh, call us?
Just don't, because now, we don't have a corporation on your side. We see we have a corporation on that side. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm talking to the attorney.
Them being at your house, makes them look bad. However, there's two versions that side, one version that side. So what I'm saying is, instead of the interaction, just call, find out why they're here, so forth.
I'm just saying, I did call.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to argue, but maybe you don't know, but I called an hour ago.
I was.
It's fine. But you're telling me to call. That's what I did.
Well, I didn't know that. Our shift started like 5 minutes ago.
Thanks for telling me. I called. They came. They drove right by the car that I described. I said it's a Volkswagen white.
What was that? I don't know what that was.
Same shit.
A different person, third person.
A third person.
Just whatever. A third case in your place, whatever.
Filming me, pointing at my house, yelling.
Okay.
And look, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I called. And they drove right by the car that I
You don't
described.
have an answer for that?
And I'm not asking you,
But what I would
give me his
say,
advice. That's what I did.
what I would say is continue to call. Hopefully, a better interaction will happen.
Okay, well, I've been calling for months now. Okay. I've been going out for a long time.
I would still do the same because at some point, we'll get to my eyes watering because we'll get to the identities of these folks and generally.
I don't know if you can just keep calling the cops and say they're driving by my house. It's not really illegal. I think there probably is a statute on like stalking or something that, but like, are they really going to send a car out to like if guys like I think there's like some middle-aged woman that's driving around. I don't know. Like, would they really? I don't know. Maybe they would. I don't know.
When people know they're known, they will more likely than not cut it out.
Now we go. So now she knows now.
I don't know.
Now she knows.
What created your situation, but I don't like people showing up at other people's houses causing problems. That's just not how you do it. You can have arguments with you can disagree with you. Showing up at your house with potentially very negative intentions, I don't agree with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So, like I said, try to keep us, on your side, so to speak, because you're the resident. And theoretically, we should be on your side. I don't know what the devil's in the details, so I don't know exactly what happened. But definitely, try to have us be your go-between. Don't open the door. Don't interact. Don't, because we don't know. We don't know if you created the act of furtherance might have been on you. Right. And we don't know that. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
All right, well, look, man, I just
What's happening?
Look, man, I'm just gonna give it to you straight. We talked to her. Like, we gotta bring you in. Here it is. That's why he's probably already.
Hold on, we gotta line up what's the law and order? It's got to play through my thing.
You can tell because when this cop left, he told Nick to stay here and talk to his partner because he knows he's gonna arrest him.
But for now, just a report. That's what we're going with.
Contact info, can I get your number or something?
Oh, he's lucky.
Yeah, there ain't no number you need to get.
What's going on here?
I don't know. I don't like those haircut styles.
What is happening here?
It's like bowl cut, but it goes back into a mullet. What?
I'm just very confused with this.
Some people in the restaurant we're just guys who comfort zone when they cut it. But like I said, just if it's at all possible, if it's imminent danger, you do what you got to do. I mean, you got to take care of yourself. However, if someone's on the porch knocking, I would just straight call. I don't know who this person is, but I'm worried for my safety. Fine.
Are they not going to arrest them?
Good answer.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
If they don't, they come to BT. Right? People identify, they generally cut it out. Right. More often than not. I mean, they hide anonymity once you know who they are.
So they arrest them later?
I don't know if he ever got arrested, did he?
He has to.
Oh, yeah, because he had a mugshot or whatever.
I don't have every answer for you because the devil's in the details. I don't know.
So where's that one?
Okay.
What?
Okay, fine.
The body cam?
Of him getting arrested?
I don't know if they need one or they might not have one, though. Because they could just issue a warrant and then he just turns himself in, right? Wow.
Wow. Well, that's about enough for today. Let me go. Let me give some special thank yous, and I feel like there's other shit I'm supposed to do. I logged into Patreon this time. All right. Hold your horses. And that's something that Mr. Girl says, right?
Is that something he says?
Well, I don't know. He calls people horses. Alrighty. A special thank you to our most special people. Tristan Brooks, Aaron Carney, Nimrod Near, Destiny, please play League again, please. Grey Code, Swag Cam, Igor Delas, Lawson Harrison, Carl Alex Pauls, the nuclear guy, Mash Stars, Honestly Reckless, and Mikey P. Thank you guys for continuing to support the show.
Sorry, that's not funny.
Maximize that real quick. Can we see this one?
Grabbing the phone. He actually did grab the phone.
Yeah, he did. He went out and he put it in his house. I don't know why he did this.
probably like 3,000 square feet. That's 3 floors plus a basement. You're not gonna tell from there. You'd have to look at the other.
3,000 square feet?
I think so. That's at least 1,000 square foot per floor. And you have 3 floors. It's not in this. You have to go back to Discord.
It was another thing.
Like, look at it from the front. We can.
Oh, fuck me.
The one right there. For a second. I feel like you right now.
I just don't have a keyboard, so.
Look. All right. So we can use the door. So it's the one on the right. How wide is the door? Door's like this, right? 3
I think
feet.
a normal transition is 3 feet, right? I don't know about it. Outdoor.
Okay. So 3 feet. We got probably another foot on each side. So that's 5 feet. Pull this up and paint. Here.
We'll just look it up on Zillow.
I don't know the address. I don't want to dox them live either. That's like 5, 10. Hold on, I'll do it right here. 5 feet, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna say 25 feet long by at least 60. And then we got 1, 2, 3 floors. 25 by 60, what's that?
6 and 2 is 12, and 5 is 30. So, what was it? What were you asking me to multiply?
25 times 60. 1,500
1,500,
square.
yeah.
1,500 times 3. That's 4,500 square feet.
That just can't be right.
That's a lot of fucking square footage there. That's why it's got to be a multifamily. It has to be.
There's no way that's 4,500 square feet.
I mean, it's at least 3,000. Like, maybe it's not as long as I'm thinking. I kind of feel like it's that long.
Zillow says 1,300 square feet. That sounds a little small, but
That'd be per floor then. It must be maybe one. No, it's definitely not 1,300 square
linking
feet.
it, link to Zillow my DDG. No, don't do it.
No, it's fine. 1,300, it's got to be per floor. And there's 3 floors. 3,900. This is my inner landlord sense is kicking in here. The thing is, the neighborhood's not good. You can tell when you look, when the cop turns around, all these houses, the single families on the other side of the street, they all have fucking bars on the windows.
I think this is a bad neighborhood?
Yes. Look, these houses, all of them, they have bars on the windows.
Where do you see them?
If you press play, you'll see.
How does she look?
She's probably like my age. I think she has curly brown with gray hair.
This cop needs to like turn around and look around and shit.
She's white.
This looks like a nice neighborhood.
Nah, my.
We've got like lawn work being done. Like
I'm not saying that we're in Detroit or anything here, but I'm
cars
saying
parked all up and down the street.
look at the.
Yeah, this looks like a little suburb. Yeah. You think this is like a rough neighborhood?
I think it's frisky.
Look at that mom SUV hybrid, whatever crossover, whatever the fuck type of car.
Keep going. Skip forward a little bit more. We want to see these single families. I get a different view.
Well, it's not like he runs over there. We don't have AI to.
Well, look, he looks the other way at some point. I noticed. That's when I noticed the bars.
These motherfuckers have birdhouses
So?
and American flags.
Listen, all I'm saying is it's 3 floors, at least 1,300 square feet per floor. That's a good size. That's a nice unit. Just the location, you know. #1 rule of real estate: can't move it away.
Cute little truck here.
That's not a cute truck. Like that's a cute truck here in like a fancy area to have like a late '80s GMC. But like there, that's just because the guy has had it since the late '80s because that's all he can afford.
That does not look like a vehicle that's 40 years old. That's just the only thing a person could afford.
It might be rusted the fuck underneath there.
40-year-old vehicle that looks like this?
Yeah. You can't tell how rusted it is underneath
Look
there.
at the paint. This car looks fine.
Could have been
The
repainted.
wheel. He had money to How much does it cost to repaint a car? Like
Mako?
$1,000?
$300 of makeup.
No, it's like polished and everything.
There's bars. Bar.
Where?
Right there. On these motherfuckers.
Oh, that's just on Nick's house. Up here? Maybe Nick is paranoid.
Well, I mean, I guess he should be. Right here. Look.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
looking.
I see Okay.
Tell me what you see.
Listen.
Like, look at how much space even between the cars. This is just like a suburb.
I'll have to do some more research later. Okay.
Look at
Just,
price. You can find something, I'm sure.
I have
Does
to
he even have bars on his windows? Hold on.
Okay. I feel like there's.
Does he have bars on his windows? Are you talking about these things? Or is that just a screen? Like,
Yes, I understand. There's no bars on these windows. Okay.
this is a cute. Oh, what? Okay, we're going. Hold on.
I'll have to do some additional research later. Okay. It's possible that this could be a middle class neighborhood. I get some vibes.
That it's.
Not middle class. Ah, bars! I knew it. Go back. 5 seconds. Oh wait, I have the button right there. Yes.
That's just a screen door.
No, those are bars. That's bars. I knew I saw bar. And look at the lower window.
Hold on. Wait.
Look at the lower windows.
Okay,
Bars.
wait. I don't think you put bars in front of like a.
You do.
In front of a big door.
You do.
I think you put bars in front of windows so that people can't just break in and sneak in.
You put it in front of the door too. And they have it in the lower
What
windows.
would be the purpose of putting bars in front of your front door? You're
It's
the
metal
largest.
bars. Metal bars in front of your door.
So?
It's a metal door in front of a door. It's like a screen door, but it's to keep people out.
Okay.
This will be the real test. You know what? We don't know. I don't even know what state this motherfucker lives in. So hold up right here.
It's just so clean, and there's
Okay,
no
all right,
trash
let's get to
anywhere.
the
There's
bottom
no
of it.
like garbage
We're
cans
cashing in,
around.
we're cashing
There's-
in the real estate.
All these things look like freshly cleaned and painted and everything
Fine.
else. Like,
We're
yeah.
cashing in the real estate.
Oh no, what are we cashing in? Okay.
Okay. We know one thing. This building by itself is about 4,000 square feet.
Okay.
But that is counting the quote-unquote basement. Okay, but it's probably finished, right? It looks finished. You see the windows right there. That looks like a finished subfloor.
Oh. Is that any indication that the floor that is finished?
When you have windows like that, usually it means it's a garden-style unit.
Okay.
Yeah. So 3 apartments, 1,300 each, 4,000 square feet. The question is, what is this building worth? Okay, I'm gonna just go with whatever the Zillow thing is. I don't even know what state this is in. That would help. Do you know what state?
I'm pretty sure it's in Illinois.
Chicago.
This is not.
Okay.
This is probably like an hour away from Chicago or something. But he probably says he lives in Chicago. That's what he does.
I'm gonna guess.
Wait. Think of that in your head. We'll say our number at the same time. Okay, hold on.
And it's not closer without going over. It's just who's closer. Okay, I don't do the fucking Jeopardy rules. Fuck me. It's Illinois, but it's decent size. It's a brick thing. This doesn't look like a high-class neighborhood. What would he pay for rent? That's the question. What would you
pay for rent, or what's the mortgage?
No. Think about what you would pay for rent to be in. Let's say this was 3 units. What would you pay for rent? Less than 1,000 each, for sure. 3K a month, 36K a year. Okay. GRM off of that.
I got a number in my head. Let me know already.
I'm thinking. Man, I feel like I'm overshooting it. I'm gonna say.
Wait, it's the same time, right? Ready? Well, let me know when you're ready. One of us is gonna be really off.
Fuck
One of
me,
us is
man.
gonna be so off.
I'm giving so much headway when I feel like I shouldn't. That's definitely that's like 36K a year to rent that place. That whole thing, the whole thing, you're renting that place for 36K a year. Maybe 45.
Okay,
50.
I'm gonna do 3, 2, 1, 0, and then on 0 we're gonna say our number. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So I said 720.
I said 600. You said 720.
I said 720.
All right, let's fucking pull it up. All this shit's public, anyways. Here.
Wait, do I have to pull it here? Somebody just link it in chat.
The thing is, it's just so fucking hard to know without the neighborhood specifically. 720 is.
You guys are linking something that I don't even believe. Oh no, wait, it's the one next to it.
Oh yeah, his shit's all cooked.
I can't scroll on the iPad for this fucking page. Really? Oh wait.
Oh, here. This one was sold. Look. Here.
What?
We
I'll just say the cost. Yeah, I see 460. But what is that?
That's the same. It may not be his, but it's actually it is his.
I think it's the one over here, right? Look.
But I mean, it's 4,300 square feet for 460. Holy shit!
Sold for 390 in 2020.
God damn.
Its estimate is 471.
That is fucking. That price per square foot is fucking unhinged. I could do real estate streams all day. That's what I need to do.
What do you mean by unhinged? Like it's really cheap?
That's insane how low that is.
Yeah, no,
per
my
square
mind
foot.
got fucked by chat. I thought I was super undershooting it because every fucking retard in chat says all the rent is 5,000 a month at every single fucking place you could possibly live. Fuck me. Fuck! I let the fucking middle class chat bait me.
Yeah.
The rich chat baited me.
Yeah, they're like, you're out of touch, old man. You don't know what's going on. Jesus. Yeah, no, that's fucking crazy. I mean, you know how much that place would cost, like in Miami, or cost in San Francisco,
Miami,
or LA?
like Miami Beach,
Millions.
like 2 or 3 million,
Millions.
maybe? Yeah.
Millions. Yeah. 400. 460K. That's per price per square foot. That's basically $10 a square foot, essentially. That's wild. That's wild. You know what the price per square foot in Miami Beach is right now?
$100.
No, it's like $300 to $600.
$300.
Hey, speaking of which, did you know that there's like almost another hour of this podcast that you're not going to see on this YouTube video? If you want to get the full thing, you have to be a Patreon subscriber, which you can do at patreon.com/anything else. You also have very cool things you get in there, like being able to be on the live show viewer call-ins, suggesting the topics, and like behind the scenes footage. There's some really good stuff there. So yeah, check it out.
Some more Patreon exclusive footage. And here is my neighbor's cat, ready to get into a fight to the death with Lycan's dog. He's a big pussy though. He's just smelling.
Is this maliciousness? Is this incompetence? Like that stuff I will deal with privately. But I'm trying to paint you guys a picture of the circumstances that led this to happening.
And I view Project 2025 the same way, right? Where I think people are getting bogged down in the details of some particular ridiculous policy proposals, where if you actually like go in and give departments, I think it would be really productive and useful to engage on those specific chapters and proposals, like, because to an extent,
mismanagement of funds.
I think a month or two, maybe 2 months ago, that my sponsorship money has not been paid out to me in a couple of years. And it was basically being used as float to make off-brand's numbers look better than they were. And so when I found this out, everybody, and
CEO is also
you have to spend like two.
When it happened, the Duke situation.
They're building companies or doing some things, not just like a fund that invests in like startups.
That was a terrible thing. It was cold-blooded. Just a
And then you have to open. This is not watching.
In the sky.
Fuck. There was a person in the Disagreements channel, but they're gone. I don't know. I feel like we talked about this in the past, that like 20 years ago there were like libertarians, but libertarians were just like, they believed in small government, but they weren't fucking retarded. Like, their political views might have been crazy, but they weren't crazy. But now I feel like people are libertarian because they're crazy. I feel like Dr. Mike is one of those guys who's a libertarian, but he's not actually a crazy person. I don't know. I don't want to set myself up though, because I'll just be disappointed. Hi, what's up? What do you want?
How do we get beyond that? How can we reach the people who are somehow under the sway of this propaganda? And in a kind of despair, I started an atrocity which, in a place which sounded like the word butcher, and that was their proof. And people would repeat this absurd propaganda. And look, Russia is an extreme, a horrific example of people not wanting to live in reality, but I've been living in the US a couple of years and I see quite a lot of it here. Tens of millions, maybe more people who seem to genuinely believe that the last election was rigged, despite sort of court cases proving that it wasn't. So what can we do about it? I'm in a community of researchers, of academics, of journalists who've been trying many things for the last decade, really. We've tried fact-checking, but we've also found that, when facts challenge people's identity, they kind of just bounce off. We tried worthy journalism. These great liberal newspapers lecturing people about how important it is to save democracy. I've written many columns like that myself, but I know that I'm preaching to the converted. I know that I'm within my own liberal echo chamber, basically. How do we get beyond that? How can we reach the people who are somehow under the sway of this propaganda? And in a kind of despair, I started to turn to history. Might there be something in history that gives us a clue about what we can do today? And that's how I discovered a very strange and somewhat forgotten story about a covert British operation to subvert Nazi propaganda, perhaps the most, or one of the most reality-denying, sadistic, dehumanizing propagandas ever, Nazi propaganda. And it was led by this man. His name was Sefton Delmer. A largely forgotten person, but very, very famous in his day. Sefton Delmer kind of shared a lot of the frustrations that I have. He felt that, at the start of the Second World War, liberal media, in his case, the German service of the BBC, or various kind of like exiled pro-democracy groups who were still trying to communicate with the German people, trying to persuade them not to follow Hitler into his genocidal wars, he felt that they were doing it all wrong. Yeah? They were lecturing people, a bit like we do today, about how democracy dies in darkness, how we must stop fascism. He felt all of that, just like a lot of media today, is trapped in its own echo chamber, preaching to the converted. He wanted to do something different, and he knew what he was talking about. He'd grown up in Germany, he was British, but he grew up in Germany. He'd then been a journalist in the 1920s, inside Germany, and he got very close to the Nazi elites when they were still rising. He got to see their propaganda system from the side, and essentially, he could see that it was based on 2 or 3 principles which are really very common to strongman propaganda today. The first of these was identification with the leader. What do we mean by that? Look, we often wonder why you people follow leaders who are wildly narcissistic, sadistic, cruel, violent. When people first saw Hitler appear, they thought he was, some kind of freak. And yet this freak had a huge following. They don't know what how these leaders are popular because they allow their followers to be the narcissistic, sadistic, cruel people that, at some level, many of them, many of us, sometimes like to be. They were normalizing our most violent people. They're very attractive with their narcissism. Secondly, you could see how people could sort of sublimate their agency through these leaders. These leaders could be their reputation. Yes, you're giving up a little bit of free will, but you could feel powerful through the leader. And thirdly, this propaganda and these leaders created a sense of community. Germany in the 1920s, a little bit, like America today, was a place where the old economic order was being destroyed, where the old social norms were in chaos, where identities were in flux, even gender norms were being questioned. And in this time of exciting for some people, for others very disturbing change, the Nazis said, you know who you are. You're true Germans. You're better Germans than all these immigrants over here. You're the true people who are part of one community, the Nazi folk, the Nazi people. We know who we are and we're together. So Delmer realized that in order to subvert the connection between Nazi propaganda and its followers, you had to really climb into the dark operations of human desire, a place where fact-checking can't really. And so, based at Woburn Abbey, a rather fabulous British country house near London, he gathered around himself psychiatrists, spies, soldiers, academics, a lot of exiled cabaret artists from the German theatre scene. He gathered them together and created this kind of covert media campaign. Dozens of radio stations broadcasting into Nazi Germany and the rest of occupied Europe, newspapers, leaflets, this whole kind of factory of psychological subversion. Now, we don't have, sadly, the recordings of all these radio shows. However, we do have the transcripts. And when I realized these transcripts were available, I went delicious. And I started going through them. I actually spent a lot of covert going through them. And they've been declassified from the British and the American archives. And as I went through these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, I realized there was kind of a pattern to it. They were experimenting like crazy. But there is, this is a TED Talk, there's always three in TED Talks. There's three basic principles that I think Delma kind of landed on through experimentation. Number one, break the monopoly authoritarian propaganda has on strong media. Now, that's the root of their power. So Delma's media, his radio stations, which were many and different, but they were all a lot unlike the BBC or the New York Times or the Washington Post. They were full of vitriol, anger, a lot of pornography. They were tapping into all the resentments that Germans were starting to feel about their leadership. They were full of these sort of like howls and laments about families that people were losing in the bombardment, and then blaming the Nazis for not having provided the right air defense. Yeah? They talk about how the SS, Germans, the Nazi sort of elite secret police type units, how they were living, this corrupt life while normal German soldiers were suffering. Here's just a little clip from one of the shows. The SS wear the German uniform, but they drag the German name in the mud. They should send them to the Eastern Front. There, everything else but their penis would get stiff. There, they would get an idea how hard the German soldier has to fight for his good name, while the SS clique does not give a shit about it. It was full of expletives as well. There were all these scenes. This is actually the most sort of like, unexploited bit of pornography I could find, which relates kind of like an orgy at an SS man's house. Like SS man Tienemann has a Polish lover at home who's personally in charge of the bamboo caves, twigs, thin and thick leather straps with which Tienemann and his guests are strafing her fat and large buttocks. And I had to cut it down because it goes on. So, there's a reason for this. Yeah? He wants to disrupt the emotional bond that people have to the Nazis. He wants to cover the Nazis in what he called a layer of filth and slime as thick as the Nazis had covered the Jews. But his aim, once he's disrupted that, once he's sort of taken strong emotions back, is to create a space where you can introduce facts to people. He gave people advice about how to fake illness so that they could be sent home from the front. So it wasn't just any facts, it's facts that gave people back their interests and made them less dependent on their leaders. And thirdly, he fostered alternative communities. If the Nazis gave you a sense of identity, a common sense of being part of the people, the folk, Delma's shows stressed the church, the army, family as these alternative bonds that people had. There's a very important thing in his shows. Basically, most of the shows he created would claim to be German. They would say, "We German." They would be hosted by soldiers who just become POWs of the British. But the audience was meant to understand perfectly well that these were the British dressed up as them. They're white men. First, it made it safer for people to listen. If the Gestapo took along, you could say, "I had no idea this was a British. I thought this was German." It was psychologically safer. It was more comfortable for people to hear the word "our soldiers," "our boys," than "you German," "you enemy." But even more so, he was saying something else. He was saying, "Look, we're the English, dressed up as Germans, and we understand you, your gripes, your anger, what matters to you, better than the Nazis. And if we, your enemies, not in a culture war, but in a real war, can understand you better than your bosses, do you really need them? Are they really looking out for you when they say they're going to be your retribution? Or are they just thinking about themselves?" 40% of German soldiers that were surveyed by the British in these little sort of snap polls they did said they listened to this concept. So how can we bring that all back to today? Whether we're thinking about reaching Russians, whether we're thinking about reaching audiences caught up in what some academics call the far-right echo chamber. If we take Delma's principles, they are much easier to activate today. We know far more from things like online sentiment analysis. We know far more about what makes people emotional, what things they react to in a visceral way. Delma was just kind of shooting stuff, or literally shooting stuff into the ether. We know that so much more from today's data. When it comes to finding the facts that people care about, Delma had to do it through partisans by opening up the letters of Nazi officials. Today, even in a country like Russia, we have non-stop leaks about the corruption of mid-level officials. We can use satellite imagery to understand, essentially, has a road been fixed in a town, and do a story about that. We have so much more data than Delma had. But do we know how to use it to give people the facts that actually matter to them? And when it comes to fostering communities, there are so many digital tools that we have today that can show how a media is responsive to its audience. I mean, there's a great project called Hearken, for example, which algorithmically collects what people care about in a town or a topic, and then gets journalists to really focus on the things that they're worried about. And there's so many digital tools that we have. So if we put these things together, the visceral emotion, the data that tells us the facts that people really care about, the online use of communities, we can do something much more powerful than what Delma did. So, look, I know it's easy to despair when we hear people denying atrocities. It's easy to despair when we hear vast amounts of the American population living in an alternative reality. But before we give up, before we surrender, I think we can at least take some of Delma's lessons, use them with modern technology, and really, really try to reach them. Thank you.
Call Trump gay a million times, and then we fucking got him. You're kind of already doing this when you're talking about all the billionaires Trump appointed. Yeah, the only issue, the only challenge that's unique today is that there is so much information, and there is like so many ways for you to get sucked back into things that more and more of your reality is being created for you because of how many different ways you can connect to the internet and because of how many different parts of your life those things can inform than I think ever existed before. That's like the challenge. Like if you, like basically every moment of the day you're connected to the internet and you're being told how to think about the economy, how to think about Ukraine, how to think about the border, how to think about your healthcare, how to think about the Democrats, and to break through that for however long, if I were to do debate with somebody for like 30 minutes of clarity, I would call it, and then immediately get sucked back into that. It's a much more comprehensive system to overcome, I think. Yeah. What is this? I just recreated iconic scenes from Game of Thrones using Veo 2. Completely denied. How many can you recognize? What is the point of this? It's AI, sure, but...
Because after dinner, everyone ought to have a cigar. So I tried it. Well, the rest is history. I'm still smoking stogies. I love it, and he introduced me to something really good. And I know now the next question. Knowing you, being the interviewer that you are, digging in deep all the time, you will say now, what does your wife think about that? Let me ask you something. When my wife's father has introduced me to stogies, what is she gonna say? She's not gonna say my father made a mistake, because her father never makes a mistake. So therefore, it is okay. I can smoke stogies around her. I can smoke stogies in my house. First of all, because her father introduced me to stogies, and second of all, because I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone. I smoke my stogie anywhere I want. I don't have to find a hideout place like you.
Was this a commercial or? House blooper reels. Let's watch 3 bloopers.
Are these people completely capable of telling me?
Wait. Oh shit, fuck, I was gonna say. When he messes up, do you think that, does he talk in his English accent? Or does he stay in his American accent? Or?
Are these people completely capable of telling me? Sorry.
What people? Oncologists? No, hunkies. You find things. You were right. No, Foreman was right, wasn't he?
Of course he's got TB. Guy's been in the jungle for 20 years. Oh, can I do that again? I'm so sorry.
Which you should somehow sum up some level of
Get.
But she's feeling just a little bit happy for the first time in months, and I'm trying to talk her out of it. Oh, oh. No idea. I could be in chapter 2. I could be Walter Matthau right now. I have no idea what play I'm in at all.
It's a fire, Stacy.
Oh yeah, I'll get right on that. Mark, this dude again? Jeff, it's your screw up. You won't have Dr. House to follow. I'll just do that again.
Show me up. Hamas Sabi is molding on Destiny right now. On what? Is there just nothing else for him to talk about?
And it's very frustrating because you end up making your audience less intellectually curious. You end up making your audience intellectually incurious people who are constantly seeking out talking points rather than any sort of additional truth seeking.
I think it's actually, I changed my mind. I think it's really good to listen to his son because the projection is so good. He'll tell you, because he's not clever enough to actually invent anything going on the other side. He just ascribes what he does to me. So I think it's good to listen to him so you can figure out, okay, well, what does his son actually do? Okay, so he gives them talking points that are not truth seeking. That's why he never shows any original videos, and it's always these like clips and cut-ups. Yeah.
Unproductive usually.
But you're only doing this if you don't know what you're talking about. It's an attempt to kind of like slide past the actual arguments. You can't address them. I might not necessarily be right or wrong, but the arguments that I've thought about before, it's not that I'm smart. This is like a 6-year-old kid. It's not like my position's hidden. I'm just not going to argue every single possible point that I have if I show up to argue with somebody about something, right? If I can find some guy that's really confident in his position, that's super loud about him online, I'm about to get a 300,000 view YouTube video roasting and grilling the fuck out of them on my stream, right? That's what we do, right? We're debate bros.
What is winning?
The person deletes her account after?
If they're humiliated. Like, how do you feel after you win?
Oh, Hassan is so mad that I went on this show and that his dog shit episode hasn't been released. Really fucking brutal. And then I want that person to like feel like an idiot. I want them to look like an idiot. If I make your content creator look like an idiot, well, ooh, now you kind of feel like an idiot. That doesn't feel good. I'm the debater archetype.
You do the same shit. You act like you are knowledgeable and act like you are. You do the same shit, bud.
Ooh, that guy's getting ultra banned.
I would like for you to present some examples if you possibly could. Like, there are issues that I'm not the most knowledgeable on, and I will
like Israel, Palestine,
I will readily
and
admit
everything
it.
having to do with the U.S. foreign and domestic policy.
I don't know why people immediately go, "Oh, this is projection," especially when I'm talking about something like a position that I've held for a very long time.
Like, Lil Gup, you're literally spam watching a hate Twitter channel about me that is cutting 4-second clips out of multiple videos that are like 5+ years apart from each other. Are you okay?
Immediately, I wanna hear what he has to say. But basically, my point is this, okay? When you don't have a moral compass or something that guides you through the world, like when you don't have like an empathetic approach to all subjects, okay?
Like when you're making fun of Poles, when you're making fun of Israelis, when you're making fun of Jewish people, when you're like, what?
Destroying your ideological opponents in the marketplace of ideas. The audience that you foster in that process is not invested in a political project usually. They're just simply invest
the political project of watching streams, because that's the only political project you've been involved in, and doing donor drives.
They like the drama. Does that make sense? And I don't like the toxicity that brings on, because then you're kind of at the whims of your audience. They constantly want you to burn bridges. They constantly want you to write manifestos and drop nukes on people. And not only do I think that is unproductive in creating both class consciousness or creating a larger tent, like-minded individuals.
Like when you're saying America deserved 9/11 and then Dan Crenshaw got fucked in the eye socket by a brave Mujahideen soldier, or when rich women getting raped by rich men at colleges is marginally better than poor women getting raped by rich men?
Of me or this community, this is something that I have time and time again railed against chatters on. When they're so unimaginably uncharitable. Right?
Unimaginably uncharitable? As he watches an actual hater account, an anti-fan account that posts like 15 different 2-second clips of me back to back to back?
Stream, stop reacting to 6-year-old clips that are designed to make him look bad. Lamau attack. What are you? I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about Destiny? 6-year-old clips? I think this is new shit.
Oh, and now he pretends. Oh, I like how he says, I think this is new shit. Like, he doesn't know every single detail about my current set because he's watching my shit constantly.
The audience that it attracts. And I think you're kind of proving that point that I was making.
And he's on the current clip, and he's not talking about the one, 2 clips ago.
I mean, you'll disregard people's view and bash them if they don't align with yours. I don't know. Like, you say, you say you're a socialist, but actively benefiting from capitalism. Sorry to be rash in my first comment.
Bro, so capitalism or socialism is a no house?
But it has nothing to do with the first comment that you said.
Say it. Socialism when I can't have a house or a car?
The first thing that you said was that I present myself as the most knowledgeable person and then immediately try to bully and ridicule the person I'm talking to. And there's plenty of moments where I do that, but that's usually after the charitability has gone away, where I see someone and treat them as a hostile factor.
Except this rarely happens because he only talks to people that agree with him.
Now, for me to get there, it usually takes a decent amount of charity to erode for me to get to that position. And I only do it if it's it's pattern recognition to a certain degree. I only do it when people are very clearly coming from a different community with a specific purpose to actively brigade or to actively disrupt, to actively derail. That's usually when I yell.
Okay, back to the anti-fan channel with the clips of me, please.
As far as the socialist but actively benefiting from capitalism goes, it is impossible to not exist under capitalism.
There it
just
is.
so you understand.
No ethical
if you are
consumption.
truly interested in understanding this, there is no way to exist outside of those confines. But in terms of the commodities that I produce, or my own personal.
I don't understand what is the argument that Destiny changed and old debate clips of him doesn't matter. It seems like he is a debate bro. I don't know if you're talking about me or his son. The reason why I'm criticizing him for using old clips, it's not, it's truly, that's just because it's the easiest criticism to make. The actual criticism is that when you say somebody's a debate bro, the actual argument that you're making is that the person is not interested in intellectually engaging with an argument. They're not doing any research into the argument. They're just looking for cheap owns or wins or whatever. That's not what I do, though. I do more research than any other of these big fucking loser retard streamers or political pundits on the internet. Ask any of them to publish their research. Oh, publish your notes. Publish what you read. Show us. And don't just link a book that you've never opened in your entire life. Publish it. Show us. Show one stream ever of you learning about a topic, ever. Just one time. They don't do it because they don't do any research. They don't do any studying. They don't do any learning. They don't take any notes. They don't do any work for any of this shit at all. They just show up in front of the camera. They eat 7 meals on stream, and then they just watch tweets and YouTube compilations or whatever. So when you cut a 5-second clip of me explaining, well, in some debates, my goal is to make the other person just look dumb because the person's not going to hear me, and that's the most effective way to communicate with the audience. That is true for certain debates. That is how I approach it. If I'm going to go and argue with a crazy hater Nazi guy or whatever, whatever. Yeah, my goal is probably not to convince him because I don't think he's going to change his mind. My goal is probably just to make him look dumb on certain points. When I was talking to Owen Schroyer, that was the goal in that debate. I could see immediately, oh, this is going to be totally hostile, so I just have to make him look stupid. That doesn't mean that every single approach to all of my debates is looking stupid. Not only is that not true, I literally publish my notes on my rhetorical approaches to my debates. You can literally see, like, nothing in here is about making the person look stupid, right? Rhetorical notes, stop hedging so much. Always restate narratives as much as possible during questions and responses. Make sure to maintain chain of argumentation before and after. Like, none of these approaches is like, be debate, bro, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's just, rhetorical approach, demeanor with Omar, calm with measured approach, far more aggressive than general conversations, take notes, respond to everything, less hedging, certainty with factual disagreement. Like, it's just cringe that, like, he just, like, repeats the same, like, these are just, like, brainless, retarded fucking talking points. That's it. It's just, these are just, like, it's sloganeering. It's like what Trump does. He's just like the Donald Trump dude. He just, like, repeats, like, baseless shit that has no, like, foundation of reality. Don't ever engage with any of the actual source material. Always watch, you know, like, maliciously cut clips or edits and then show that to the audience, pretend that's the reality, and then move on to the next thing. That's it.
With other prominent socialists. Like, this is not dogmatic. You know what I mean? I'm not an orthodox Marxist.
How is he showing you on Twitch if you were banned?
I hope you understand.
They changed the rule for him so he could watch all my shit.
Irritable about this. I think everyone deserves nice things. And that socialism inherently is not a poverty cult.
Oh, there
it's
it
simply
is.
what people have decided is a poverty cult. Like, other people have just decided that it's a poverty cult, so now you have to abide by the standards that I have presented for you.
Destructive instead of constructive in my conversations.
Maybe the point of a debate is actually to try and bring people together and talk about things that are important to us rather than to tear each other down.
Okay. I'm constantly tearing down and I can show somebody why their argument is bad, but then when you walk away from it at the end, I'm just like a destructive force. Like, I'm literally, like, that clip right there, that was literally cut from a conversation I had with JJ where I'm talking about, like, I think being constructive in debates is more effective than being destructive in debates all the time. Like, it's such a dishonestly cut thing. God, he's such a disgusting, subhuman fucking piece of shit. Oh my God, I hate him so much. I legitimately hate this person. Like, he's like a actual force for evil. It's just like the Trump, he's just like Trumponian. Like, that last clip there, I'm pretty sure was cut from this conversation. Actually a good precedent. Like, would we really want to say that you could do something horrible to somebody if their children benefit in the future? It's like the argument that people use for climate change and all that you hate so much. So yeah, it's definitely, you take people where they are. I asked you earlier if you ever were like the debater archetype. I'm the debater archetype, and I'm very destructive instead of constructive in my conversations. And I've had, like, I'm trying to figure out recently, like, how do I want to, like, orient myself through this world? Like, because I have a big problem in debates to where I'm constantly tearing down and I can show somebody why their argument is bad, but then when you walk away from it at the end, I'm just like a destructive force. And I asked you for your thing because you said that, and your statement was incredibly positive. I felt patriotic because you want to talk about, like, political fluency, you want to talk about, like, positive aspects. How do you, in a world of online politics where everything is relentlessly negative, is this like a mindset where you're like, I want to tear down Trudeau for trying to do gun legislation because it's something that happened in Texas, but today I'm going to talk about something positive. What does that process look like for you?
I don't know. I mean, it's quite interesting talking with you, Stephen. This is probably the longest I've consumed you in any form.
Okay.
And you.
Like, this has been a thing I've talked about on my stream for years, is like making more constructive arguments rather than destructive arguments. But even destructive arguments aren't talking about being mean to somebody in a debate. It just means that you're making negative claims about a particular thing rather than presenting like a positive alternative. But you can do that politely or negatively. You can also be constructive, like in a mean way versus in a positive way. So it's not even really related to what he's talking about. It's just like a fucking clip farm. But that Twitter account is also, I think that Twitter account is called like Destiny versus. It's just an anti-fan Twitter account that will just try to like clip and cut like 30 different clips of me, like 5 seconds each to show how I'm like contradicting myself.
A lot of the things that I talk about.
Destructive is in dismantling opposing arguments. Yes. So like the way that I typically approach things in my mind intuitively, so that or that or that or that or that, and then we go through the data and discreetly or whatever, and that's how I view things. But most people tend to view things constructively in that they want like a positive narrative presented, and then they'll grab onto the narrative, and then the facts come later. So one thing I've always, I think I've worked on this for years, and sometimes I'm good at it. Sometimes it just depends on who I'm debating. Is like presenting a more positive argument rather than just presenting critiques of the other argument.
But here I am.
Take 3. Okay. Antoine, remember. I don't need that because I am like Nigel.
I'm just rereading that email. The really annoying thing is because the average Republican, in this case it's Hassan fan, is more right than the average Democrat, is left, it's easier to sloganize policy. Extreme positions almost necessitate a lack of nuance, and so they get a home field advantage in both being able to be simplistic and extreme in their policies or slogans, which means more engagement from their audience and those that disagree. Therefore, the algorithm is going to promote it, even without an Elon-driven bias, and since the arguments against that slogan's policy require even 1% of nuance to understand, they're ignored/silenced. This is the foundation of the it's just common sense. What are your policies? My policy is universal healthcare and universal education. Oh, cool, okay. What about your foreign policy? Oh, world peace. Oh, okay.
You can't just cite the dozens of videos in which you read tweets and claim you have a policy prescribed on how to achieve free healthcare and education. I am for universal healthcare. Oh, you are? Oh, fantastic. So what's your disagreement with my advocacy for universal healthcare? I think that considering that healthcare across the board, okay, whether it's pharmaceuticals or any sort of medical
more
care
expensive
whatsoever,
in the United States than in every other country.
Is it good with inelastic demand? That there should either be severe market regulation.
That's not true.
By the
inelastic demand? What are you talking about? Even medically necessary things don't have an inelastic demand, right? I'm on Vyvanse and I need it. It's medically necessary to treat my ADHD, but the demand for that is not inelastic. I could live without fucking Vyvanse. There's a ton of different treated things in the United States where you could live without. The demand is not inelastic whatsoever. It's I can't watch him. Fuck, he's an idiot. He's just a fucking retard. I can't watch this. Hold on, I'm getting too triggered. Stop. But he's so stupid.
Yo, son, now you gonna end up with a bullet in your head for it.
You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, motherfucker. Cut.
All right, everybody, let's get reset. We are going again.
Nigel, that's great.
Oh, great, it's smashing. Thank you so much. Yeah, Tom, well, it's been an absolute honor, and what a great opportunity to be here and be able to play an American tough.
Well, I'm just so glad that we got you out of that BBC commitment so you can play with us. So.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. Cheers.
Antoine, listen, I'm just not buying that you're someone that was born and raised in the streets of Brooklyn.
That's weird, because I actually was born and raised on the streets of Brooklyn. I was in a gang and everything. Most of this stuff actually happened to me.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's great for us, because I want you to use it. Okay. It's good first take. Let's just let's get going. Let's get going.
Thank you, Jim.
Scene 5, take 2. And action.
You sold me out, son. Now you're gonna end up with a bullet in your head for it.
You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, motherfucker.
Cut. Okay, Nigel, that was great. Oh, brilliant. Just the way you move, especially when you talk, I just really see this character coming to life before my eyes.
Cheers,
it's fabulous.
Mate. Cheers.
It's fabulous. Antoine, your performance, it's just not really need to see you make more of a transformation, okay? Like Nigel here.
That dude's British.
Yeah.
So.
Antoine, if I might jump in with a bit of advice.
I don't think I need that.
No. Look, hear him out.
Maybe you might want to try thinking of something in the material that's similar to something that's happened in your real life. For me, for instance, I like to think of when my mom wanted me to attend prep school in Leeds to become a barrister, but I wanted to study the theatre at Oxford.
Thank God.
And so that was a conundrum, really, for me.
I'm gonna stop you right there, because it's just confusing me, right? Like, I don't need that, because I am from the streets. I was in a gang. They told me to kill my cousin.
This might be a bit spot on, no?
Yeah, that's a bit spot on. Do you have any stories that involve your mom?
Okay, I'm just going to say this as a thing, okay? And I don't care anymore. Please, if these statements trigger you, please know that I will trigger you in the future, and you should fucking leave now and never come back, okay? For all the fucking retards that are typing healthcare is inelastic, that's because the only thing that you think of when you think of healthcare is chemotherapy and fucking heart surgery. That's the only thing that you think happens in hospitals, is you go there for the most life-saving treatment possible, you're gonna die, okay? Because you've never engaged with the healthcare system before, and you have no experience in the healthcare system, which is fine, that's great, okay? Elasticity of a good or service is measured in how sensitive the change in the consumption of that thing is given an adjustment in price, okay? Unless a person is dying of something, you have never seen an actual poor person. I say actual poor, not poor like you can't finance the 7th fucking car for your family of the Brady Bunch, okay? You've never seen an actual poor person go like, oh yeah, like there was a medication that helped me on this, so I sold my car, right? Transportation is pretty inelastic. You have to have it or you're fucked. Your life is over, right? Shelter, pretty inelastic. You have to have it or you're fucked, okay? A lot of healthcare consumption, unfortunately, and this is a bad thing, is relatively elastic, such that if the cost gets too much on it, people just simply won't buy it. They won't get it, and their health will suffer as a result, okay? I understand, again, that a lot of you are rich, pasty white, spoiled motherfuckers that I wish I could throw into a goddamn fucking Kenyan death camp, okay, to survive for 6 months, all right? But you've never worked a job where you go in and you see some dude whose teeth are rotting out of his fucking mouth, and you're like, bro, are you okay? And the guy's like, nah, it stopped hurting 2 years ago, okay? And tell me that these people view healthcare as an inelastic demand. They don't. Healthcare is one of the first things to suffer if you are a poor person, an actual poor person, not poor like your mom and dad only give you a $400 allowance a week, okay? But healthcare is one of the first things to slide for a lot of people who are working poor because they just don't buy it because they have other shit they have to buy to survive, okay? Rope.
What's up, Mom?
Oh, dear.
Scene 5, take 3.
Okay, Antoine, remember, you're a gangster, okay? Betrayal, the streets, okay? Nigel, you're perfect. Antoine, transform and action.
You sold me out, son. Now you're gonna get a bullet up in your head for it.
You can't play me, motherfucker. I'm the motherfucker that plays motherfuckers, motherfucker.
He's boring to watch. Cut.
That does not sound good.
And I do not feel like you have found the emotional core of this character.
Man, fuck this. Nobody is more real than me, okay? I come from the streets, and nobody's gonna tell me what the streets is like. Nobody, you understand?
That's a great speech. I just wish that I believed it. You want to give it a shot?
Sure, I'll have a go.
Man, fuck this. I'm as real as it gets.
Yes.
These fucking streets is for real. I'm up in there, man.
You are.
I'm fucking from the earth, from these streets.
From the earth.
Something to that effect.
No, but I'm so with you. I'm with you when you say that, even when you're saying the wrong words. I just wish you could do that.
You know what?
Oh, goodness.
Okay, that hurts, but I don't feel that it comes from the right emotional place for the character, all right? Here, give it a shot. Give me, watch. Oh, that's great. I feel that in here and in here.
It's very gracious
in my
of you to
heart.
say
Try
that
that again. Oh, I don't believe you.
Like broken fingers or toes, pretty much anything else is going to require medical care. If you don't want to be permanently disabled, you're going to have better luck getting a ride to work. Bro, People don't think this way. Or maybe it was just in Nebraska. Maybe my personal experiences are too shaded by just where I come from. Maybe in other states, maybe it is like that, where you're working a min wage or a service job, and a guy's like, oh shit, like I think I fractured my finger. I scheduled an appointment with my GP for next week, and I'm gonna go in and see it because I definitely, yeah. Because where I'm from, you had to go to the Crip medical doctor, okay? And if you weren't with a gang, your bone was never getting set right. Your finger is specifically an example that makes sense. If you break your arm, you can't just ignore it. My friend, as long as it's not like a, is it a complex fracture? What do they call the ones that break the skin? Oh, compound fracture, open fracture? Humans can ignore a whole bunch of medical issues and be okay-ish. And when it comes to like getting seen for shit like that, some like depending on what your financial situation is, yeah, people are like, ah, fuck it, it hurts, but I don't have to use it as much. I don't put as much pressure on it. I don't know, whatever the fuck. Okay. What is this? Biden admin paid Reuters over $300 million in government contracts. 11 different Biden government agencies targeted Elon's businesses. All 11 agencies paid millions to Reuters. Reuters then won the Pulitzer Prize for their work on Elon Musk and misconduct on his businesses. Shut up, loser. Fuck. When did I draw the thing? The ladder graph? No, the... Here's some data points. Here's a story. So here are some data points, and then the story that we have now in our mind is that the Biden admin paid Reuters to publish bad stories about Elon Musk. See it all for yourself right here in the U.S. government contract and grant databases. Is this what he's linking? Is that where these... I don't care about... I don't need it. In 2024, Reuters staff won the Pulitzer Prize for national reporting for their work on Elon Musk's and misconduct at his businesses, including SpaceX, Tesla, and Neuralink. Okay, investigations. Okay, this. Oh, he doesn't even have the bravery to make the actual claim. He just puts these out here to jack off, and then he just walks away. Nice. Okay. The contract he's talking about is here. Thomson Reuters Special Services wins $60 million DoD data contract. Wait, this isn't even... Hold on. Who linked this? Did you even... This isn't even from the Reuters agency. Wait a second. How many businesses or what all does this guy even own? The Biden admin paid Reuters over $300 million in government contracts. That makes it sound like it's going to like the Reuters like media journalist thing or whatever. But it sounds like this is going to... amplify your expertise with one professional grade. Oh, Gen AI. Oh, not the AI shit. Thomson Reuters. This is at least connected to the Reuters media thing, right? Please tell me that this isn't a totally disconnected thing, right? They're Canadian. It's a multinational, content-driven technology conglomerate. What all do they even involved in? Commercial products. The company was organized around 4 divisions: legal, Reuters news agency, tax and accounting, and government. 2014. Oh wait. As of 2018, the financial and risk division makes for over half the company's revenue. They compete with Bloomberg LP in aggregating financial and legal news. Why not like post the contracts or post like the payments for what the thing is? Does it say it? Like, okay, so this was a $20 million payment to Thomas Reuters Markets, LLC. Let's see what this was for. Will it say in particular? And this was awarded by this U.S. agency, the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Mission of the United States Agency for Global Media is to inform, engage, and connect people around the world in support of freedom and democracy. Is this the company, or is this the arm that does like, fuck. There's a foreign U.S. fucking channel that broadcasts in, like, not in the U.S. but in other places. I don't know what it's called. Somebody might know what it is. This contract started under fucking Donald Trump. Wait, how many of the... Hold on. Let's just open the We're just gonna open the top 10. Maybe that was an outlier. Could have been an outlier. This start date was September 28th, 2024. Okay, that's good. This is for research and development in the physical, engineering, and life sciences, except nanotechnology and biotechnology. Modification number. Can you see when this was like initially pursued, or? So like I see like a transaction history here, and this transaction was in September is the 9 month, right? Of 2020, but I don't know if that's when the start of this whole contract is. Maybe it's like maybe it's the history of all the payments to this thing, maybe. But so this one was this the one we looked at before? The 29th start date is 2017. This start date was 2021. Okay, at least. It was during Blindside. This start date was 2018. This is a $12 million one. I clicked on the top 10 ones. Okay, there was the second one that started under Trump's admin. This one was 2022. Okay. This one is 2018 for another $9 million one. That started under Trump's admin. This one was September 28th, 2020. That started under Trump's admin. This one is 2019. This one started under Trump's admin. This one is 2018. This one started under Trump's administration. This one is June 30th, 2016. Trump took office in January of 2017, right? So this would have been under Obama. $39,000 likes, 16,000 retweets. I could quote tweet this and go through it, but it wouldn't even matter because they would just say that even under Trump's admin, it was still the deep state that was issuing the contracts. Oh, we can just see right here. Actually, you know what? Let's fucking do... I need to do more of this. I'm gonna learn Excel for our macro econ class. Fuck it. Okay. I want to export this data. How can I do it? I'm sure I can do it. Download? Award collecting combines all transactions into high-level summaries of each award and includes all details of each award. I think I just want the award, right? Which data column would you like to include? Everything, sure. And then finish and download. Convert digits surrounding the letter E into scientific notation, and then remove leading zeros. I think I probably want to leave data sheets in as original form as possible. I can convert if I want, right? So I probably want to do don't convert, especially in case there's like an E here that's not supposed to be a notation. So we'll say no. Okay, so we're gonna double click this. Okay, contract, award, unique key, award ID. We don't really care about this, but we don't want to delete anything yet. Award ID, we don't care about this. Parent award, we don't really care about this. The agency, this is the agency name. ID. What's an OST? Fuck it, tactics. You can right click and hide a column. Oh, that's convenient. Outlaid amount from COVID-19. I don't think we care about this, do we? Bro, there's a fuck ton of columns on all this shit. Holy fuck. Wait, hold on. This is way more data than I wanted, I think. Does it even give the start and end dates in this? It probably does. Wait, last modified date. Jesus fucking Christ. What was that? Press Control T to make a table. Do I need to Control A first and then Control T? Did this help me? Thanks so much. Click the headers. Award base action date. Okay, this is when the award was initially given, and then potential total value of the award. Current. Okay, so these two columns are the ones that were like award base action date. Okay, let's say I want to select every single column to the right of this and hide. Would there be a convenient shortcut, or do I just need to? Oh, that didn't work. Click P and then it's shelf right arrow. What is shelf right arrow? Click column and shift control right arrow? Control shift left arrow. Oh, right arrow. There we go. Okay, right click. Oh. Okay. Oh shit, wait. It's laggy. Oh, we fucked up. Hold on. It's doing stuff. Don't know what it's doing, but... Oh no. Wait. It's too exciting. Oh fuck. It's fucked. We shouldn't have done this. We made a big mistake. the whole Excel file a table, so it's lagging. Yeah, I don't know why we needed to make a table. I'm pretty sure we didn't need to make a table. Fuck this. Hold on, we're starting over. Okay, let me start over. Fuck this. Okay, back here. Don't convert. Wait, why does it feel like making it a table? It made so many more fucking things, too. Okay, shift, right click. Does it still work? Shift, control, right click. Oh, okay. Let me hide. Click this, shift, control, right click, hide. We are going to become an Excel speedrun master someday, okay? I don't actually need to build any complicated table running fruit because it's all organized by date anyway, right? So if we look at potential total value of award action base date, award base action date. This is when the award is going to start to be awarded, I'm guessing. So if I organize this, if I organize by this, is it going to organize everything else, or is it going to just sort this one thing? Does that make sense? So if I want to... Sort. Microsoft Excel found data next to your selection. Since you have not selected this data, it will not be sorted. Filters, if you use them, should expand apply to the whole section. You won't be sorting just that column. Go to home and click filter on the top right. Home. Sort and filter. Wait, okay, hold on. Oldest to newest. Will this work? Expand the selection? Okay. Did that work? I'm assuming it did. Hopefully. I think it... Okay. This is listed in single dollars, or is it in $100, or... Like, was this a $10,000 award, or was this like a... Is this like in thousands of dollars? I'm curious. Since it doesn't list anything, my guess is going to be that it's in 1 unit, since it doesn't say. So total obligated amount, especially because there's decimals too, right? Okay, so if I look at the award base action date, and we assume that Donald Trump his administration went through, this is on January 5th. We're gonna go right up to January 5th, fuck them. 2021, then we would take this value here. We don't need this. Fuck the outlaid amount. Fuck the turn value. And we'll just do total obligated amount, I guess. So January 5th to ...2017 right here is June 19th, 2017, because there's a January 5th one here. I'm guessing that was, we would put that to Obama, right? So the sum of all of this is that 112 million? Sum was copied to clipboard. 112 million. And this is inclusive of this in the green box here, right? It is. And then we can look at this from here to here. Wait, is it copying this to my clipboard? Okay, this is 36 million. That's from when Biden took office to today. And then we can also look at these under Obama as well, I guess. Is that 10 million or 100 million? That's 10 million. So this is just the obligated amount, not the total potential value. But I don't know what the point of any of this is because nobody gives a fuck, but sorting through, so revisiting this. The Biden admin paid Reuters over $300 million in government contracts. And then this is the data that he links to support that. But if you actually dump the data from the federal website, and then you sort the data and you look at the years in which these contracts were actually awarded, at least from what I found in here, it looks like 113 million was awarded under the Trump admin, 36 million was awarded under the Biden admin, and 11 million was awarded under the Obama admin. I don't even know where he gets that $300 million figure from, unless he's adding not obligations, but maybe, so I'm looking at the total obligated amount, sums to 160 million. Maybe he's looking at the total potential amount, because that comes to, no, 165 million. I don't even know where he's getting that number for. He just selects fiscal years on the left on that website. No, that's for the time period. And I'm guessing what this is selecting for, this is also probably misleading. He's adding both columns? Wait, hold on. No, wait, you don't think he's doing that. Wait, hold on. What did I say both values were? No, because even if you add both columns, you only get up to like 200 million. My guess is if you click this, you might think like, oh, this is going to be under the Biden admin. However, my guess is going to be fiscal year here. Just means when is it going to have an impact on the billing dates in the government. So like if in 2016 Trump were to sign something that extends for 10 years, that's going to affect fiscal year 2017 all the way up to probably 2027, right? The fuck is Alt-H? Alt-H. Is that just bringing up this thing? Oh my fucking god. I don't want to format this in any way, size, shape, or form. Just put a fucking number in there. I fucked up. I didn't want to do this. My bad. General, thank you. Jesus. Okay. What the fuck is this one here? 1.4 billion? I don't know what that... Oh, wait, hold on. Now I'm coming up with... Ooh, wait, I wonder if these numbers weren't being summed correctly because they weren't being written in the right notation? Is that possible? Hold on. So now if we look at the total obligated amounts, now it comes up to 159 million. If I add them both together, now it's coming to 551 million. There are hidden columns being added when you select both. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, hold on. This column sums to... Does it automatically give me somewhere to select a column? Oh. Fuck this last number. I don't know what this is exactly. This column sums to 200 million. This column sums to 159 million. Oh, there is. There must be columns in between. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know what else to do. I mean, that's our main for the day, I guess. Tweet it? Is there any point? That feels like who cares? Quote tweet. Here's the frustrating part about like a tweet like this. Like if I was to confront a Trump on this, if they read this and they said, oh, this is evidence of the Biden administration doing wrong, if I were to fact check them and correct them, they would go, oh, okay, thanks for clearing that up. That shouldn't be what their thought is. The thought should be, wait a second, is this evidence then of the Trump admin doing something wrong? Or, because now I feel like we need more of an explanation there. Because this was really bad before, but now that I've explained that it was Trump and not Biden, is it just not a problem now? Or what, like... Hold on, now that I have these done in money format, what is the, okay, January 5th is here, down to here. So this summed out to 112 million? What did I have before? Oh no, this is the same right now. 112.7 million. And then under Biden's admin, it would be so far is 36 million. 35.79 million. Trump awarded 112.7 mil. Started under Donald Trump. You see that Russia's going to have a vaccine versus cancer? You can't make a vaccine versus all cancer. But I mean, I know that lots of people have been working for vaccines against different types of cancers. Can I link? If you want to. The thing that's damaging about narratives like this too is like, if this were to come up on, like if I was on a show and this came up, somebody would say, well, didn't you see that Reuters was getting paid whatever, you know, from the Biden admin? If everybody heard this, they would remember that they've read the article about it. If I was on the show and I debunked it and I said, no, actually, if you go and you look at the website, most of those are sort of Trump, nobody would even care. They would literally just like, say like, oh, whatever, he's making misinformation. And then we would just move on. I would have to like demand, like, can we go on the actual website and click and look at these things? Which is like the most cucked part. Let's call them liars. True. Are you in favor, whoops, of tweeters like that getting sued? If it was possible, hell yeah. This dude is insane. Wait, if it's the same guy, hold on. Oh, no, wait. There was a guy that, the Ogre Boy dude that, Hassan retweeted that had the, what did he tweet about? I don't even remember now. Fuck, so many random people online now. Taking shots. This guy literally has a tattoo of Hassan. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is like him posting in Hassan's fucking chat. At Hasanabi, any issues with me using fish in your likeness for my tattoo sleeve? So far I've got Bernie, Sam Cedar, and Michael Brooks, and a James Baldwin quote. The artist I used said I should get your permission. Wanting to add to my tattoo sleeve. Do you have any issues? Hassan, I'm thinking about adding to my SJW tattoo sleeve. Was going to have the same guy that drew my Cedar and Brooks tattoo do one of you. Holy shit. Holy shit. Imagine the coverage on Hassan's stream with a fucking DGG or tattooed Destiny himself? Seriously. But you should anyway. Do it. Would you agree that tattoos with color always look worse than black and white tattoos? No, I think the tattoos with color can look good, but you have to like, you should use a super reputable artist. It is possible to do really sick, really good looking color tattoos, but I think you need to, like, I think different skin tones play better with different types of ink. Different artists like can make different things. Like I think at that point it's really important to get a good artist if you're gonna do something in color. I mean, you should have a good artist regardless, but. Destiny, did you see that the S&P 500 tanked after the Fed announced that they're going to scale back the interest rate cuts next year? Through a macro god now. Can you explain why the index crashed? Because it was rigged by the same people that rigged the GameStop stock. But I don't know, maybe people thought there would be more rate cuts and then the Fed said that there weren't. They had priced that in and now the market goes down. I got an email from somebody that told me that, I don't know if this is true or not, because I don't even want to, because fuck me, dude, because everything is fucking... Has anybody gone through all the drone footage? I think I got an email from a dude that told me that if you go through all of the, like, big reported drone footage, like 99% of the footage that's online now is literally just airplanes. Is that true? That it's just like a ton of people in New Jersey are like discovering what airplanes look like for the first time. That Gates report is apparently coming out. This is Don's table to get in the wall. I like the federal government is like, if the Department of Homeland Security puts out a statement, people aren't going to trust it. What if the FBI does one as well with them? Oh, that will increase trust. Check the former MD governor's footage. Former Maryland governor drone footage. Former governor of Maryland mocked for posting video of drones that appear to be ordinary stars. Wait, what is his... Oh, footage. Last night, beginning at around 9:45 p.m., I personally witnessed and videoed what appear to be dozens of large drones in the sky above my residence in Davidsonville, Maryland. I observed the activity for approximately 45 minutes. Like many who have observed these drones, I do not know if this increasing activity over our skies is a threat to public safety or national security, but the public is growing increasingly concerned and frustrated with the complete lack of transparency and the dismissive attitude of the federal government. The government has the ability to track these from their point of origin, but has mounted a negligent response. People are rightfully clamoring for answers, but aren't getting any. We are being told that neither the White House, the military, the FBI, or Homeland Security have any idea what they are, where they came from, or who is launched or is controlling them, and that they pose no threat. That response is entirely unacceptable. I join with the growing bipartisan chorus of leaders demanding that the federal government immediately address this issue. The American people deserve answers and action now. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. No, this is a troll. This is a fucking troll video. There is no way that this is my country, my governors, my Americans. Is this real life? Did you hear him jerking off at how many views this fucking X video is gonna get? Why not hold your fucking phone still for 2 seconds also? Bro, this can't be real. The stars at the 39-second mark are recognizably the constellation Orion. From this, you can determine that the bright lights behind the trees are the stars Sirius and Procyon. There is zero, and then these are just Russian bots. Pittsburgh Girl, or some Indonesian guy, or Indian dude, or I guess Egypt is where they do, at least for Twitch. Moderator work. There is zero excuse for the way this is being handled. Where is the president? Where is Kamala? Where is literally anyone who could address the nation? From Pittsburgh Girl. Follows over 5,000 accounts is followed by about 5,000 accounts. Hashtag Trump 2024. Hashtag MAGA. Hashtag Pennsylvania. No crypto, no risks. DM equals block. It's time to replace every one of the Democrats with America and Pittsburgh First candidates. Yes, America first, above self-interest. 43% raise, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. They will vote yes, just because of that. How about this? No transparency on the drones, no spending bill. Congress needs to grow a pair. Today, in 1892, Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker made its debut in St. Petersburg. Critics called it amateurish and sloppy, although the music received accolades by critics at the time. Thank you. The Affordable Care Act forces 20-year-olds to pay for the care of elders, or of older, sicker Americans. There is no reason to continue this. Let's boost these patriots. They all engage and connect. Russian composer Tchaikovsky. Is Tchaikovsky Russian, really? I couldn't tell. Or it's Tchaikovsky? I don't know. That's the name. Fuck. Repost if you agree. So if confiscating legally owned firearms without due process is the new normal, is it? Then we're watching democracy turn into something else entirely. This isn't about safety, it's about control. What the fuck is this supposed to even be? Is this like the military using drones to come and lock us up? Where are they? Time to go to work. I'm going to hit 5K today, and I'm very excited about that. Time to make the donuts. We've come a long way. On this date in 1903, the Wright brothers made their first flight. 59 seconds that changed the world forever. What is your favorite thing about the Christmas season? Mine is the incredible joy of the children in my life. Even the youngest ones know something wonderful is happening, and it brings me incredible joy. Good morning. 4 days left until Christmas vacation, and I'm ready. If you want the truth, hit up your right-wing conspiracy theorist friends. We're undefeated. Repost.
In the skies above the east, reports of mysterious drones.
Look, guys, there was one there, one there, one there.
Turning into thousands of posts going viral online.
One after one.
With people from coast to coast now spending a lot more time looking up than pointing their cameras into the night.
This is bizarre. There's more over there, look.
Some could be optical illusions, planes that seem closer than they are.
It's currently very cloudy and raining. We'll post them in DGG Twitter group. I wouldn't be spending the money to just to lie. It's never that serious. What are you doing? Is this person talking about, are they saying UFOs? Go for it, King.
Oh, you can hear that one. That is definitely a plane.
But others have defied normal explanation.
What the
car-sized drones operating for hours in restricted airspace and able to elude local law enforcement when they send their own drones up to give chase. In New Jersey, the Army reporting the Picatinny Arsenal has had 11 unauthorized drone incursions in the last month.
Look what's back again. Same spot as last night.
21 local mayors now demanding answers from the state.
The minute you get eyes on them, they go dark. This is something that's taken deadly seriously.
The entire month before that, it was nightly drone incursions over Langley Air Force Base.
Let's just start with current events.
Today, a congressional hearing on Capitol Hill on the national security threat drones pose.
What is going on in New Jersey?
I'm investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights.
But for those who see them on a nightly basis,
that is a drone in the airspace.
The drones are a very real reminder.
Almost here a little bit of a hum.
In our airspace,
It's a very little thermal signal for
is not as...
Wait, hold on. Also, I'm sorry. Am I retarded? If you were trying to fly a drone and have it be, I say stealth, but like, do you need to have a light on it? Couldn't they just fly like unlit? Or is there like some part of a drone thing that I don't understand where it has to have a light on it to show people beneath that there's a drone up there? Legally, yeah. Well, sure, legally, yeah, but okay.
secure as we might hope.
All right, so there's a big difference between me going outside or someone else going outside that doesn't really have training and looking up, and those cops that went outside and were looking up, and then a mayor of Mine Hill Township, Sam Morris, who went outside as well, and he saw something.
Holy shit, the aliens got him.
Weird. Mayor Morris, thanks so much for being with us. Can you walk us through exactly what you've seen in your skies and what's being done about it?
Sure. You know, of course, I was aware of this issue, but last Tuesday night it kind of came full force into my life with a resident who I know well lives a block from me reported to me that there were 8 drones over our school and municipal complex, which are on the same block. So I got my car and went around there, and by the time I got around here, they were not overhead anymore.
Why does it have the blinking red light? That's the airplane shit, right?
So I went into, there's a field behind our town hall that has a lot less light pollution. It's a park. And when I went in there, I could see a series of, it was like a stationary drone that was sitting still and 3 drones going back and forth in a north-south pattern. They would go to the north certain distance, stop, and come back around, almost like somebody farming a field or something like that. And that's what really got me a little hyper-focused on all this, because I saw it personally and videoed it personally.
So you started really to kind of track them, how big they were, how fast were they moving?
Well, they aren't, you know, when they're doing whatever they're doing, they aren't really moving particularly fast. You know, I can't estimate speed, but they're not like, oh man, that was rocketing across the sky. They're going very methodically with a plan, and you can see that. You can see that they aren't just whizzing around. You know, there are people who have drones and they just fly willy-nilly, so to speak. These are very methodical in their flight path, and it looks very planned.
It looks very planned, and you know, in certain places it is very illegal, especially if it's any arsenals very close to you. You've got Bedminster also out there in New Jersey. Yep. There are TFRs.
Arsenal? I thought that was a German football team.
Some of them are over airports, just hovering there. You think that if like it's illegal and someone is breaking the law, the cops or some authority would be able to go out there and very quickly figure out who's doing this. Has that been the case at all?
No, there's a lot of rules on that, but I'm going to be a little bit, after watching Robert Wheeler's testimony today, I'm kind of fed up, and I'm part of that group of mayors that authored a pair of letters on Sunday trying to bring more focus to this, and we did. I genuinely think it's time to start harvesting drones and stop worrying about the rules. Whoever's running the drones, they're not.
Destiny, you asked on Piers Morgan what the MAGA people disagree with Trump on. So what do you disagree with Biden on? I can't tell if you either don't watch my stream or you think it's a gotcha. I feel like people ask me questions like all the time. Do you really think I would be able to pass a test? Do you really think I would ask a question on TV that I wouldn't be able to answer immediately? Biden should have pardoned Hunter on day 1. That's the first thing I disagree on. Second thing I disagree on is he should have Navy SEAL'd. No, I'm just kidding. I've already said this, the current administration and probably most of the Democratic leadership right now, I think is probably a bit to the left of me on some econ stuff. I think that isolationism and protectionism in general is pretty cringe when done for economic reasons. If you want to do it for national security reasons, then go for it. But like any expansion of tariffs that Biden did, which I think he did do a few, you need to explicitly state that this is only for national security, which, by the way, he might even have. So maybe that actually wouldn't be necessarily a disagreement. But I know that I think Biden would have pushed for a higher minimum wage. I'm not a huge fan of like federal minimum wage. I think we should have been way more powerful in our support of Ukraine. I think but I mean, like, he's politically restricted this. I don't know how much is his actual desire versus like what he's politically able to do. I think we could have been harsher on Israel. It's an election year, though. I'm trying to think when we last penalized settlers. I think Obama did it a little bit, but not too much. Anything having to do with student debt, really, I don't give a fuck about. I don't think he should have done any of that because fuck students and fuck people with degrees. I'm generally pro-gun. I think they did pass one thing. I don't remember what it was about, but it was included in some bill for, because Democrats always want to restrict guns. Fuck that.
I'm not worried about the rules. They're using the rules against us, and that's always, you know, happens in civilized society. But whatever they're doing, they're 11 drones. It's been admitted now. 11 drones have gone over Pikmin arsenal, which is about 5 miles from here in a direct line. Those drones should have been blown out of the sky. Why are we bringing up this? Why are we bringing up this?
Blown out of the sky? Wait, like what? You want to scramble F-16s and fire missiles? What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Over Pikmin arsenal, which is about 5 miles from here in a direct line. Those drones should have blown out of the sky. Why are we bringing up this? Why are we bringing up this?
there is focus. We're talking about literally blasting them out of the sky.
They have it over at Pickering Arsenal is a weapons development center. It's a high-tech place. It's in a rural area, which is beautiful, but it's a high-tech place. If you're the bad guys, you want to know what's going on in Pickering. They went into Pickering's airspace. That's a violation of the law. It has to be. I don't have the chapter and verse of the U.S. code, but if I did that and they came back and tracked that I put a drone over, or the average person, somebody put a drone over, we'd be in big trouble. I don't know why they even put up a letting you go over like that. And they might have said Langley and then several other bases in New Jersey, they're doing that. What I don't really understand is the testimony from the FBI today. He said, well, the FAA has rules about what we can do and how we can engage these drones. Well, is the FAA going to come and arrest the FBI if they take care of the little business? I mean, give me a break. These things can be brought down, and I've been saying this all week. These drones have a battery. They have to come back to the earth at some point. Somebody's controlling them. Just follow them where they're going. And I know they're saying, oh, they go dark. Well, we have high tech. We have night vision. We have tracking devices. We can track one of these drones in a helicopter and follow it anywhere it goes. Even if it goes dark, you can follow it. So we have extreme tech.
You can really send a helicopter out to track a drone?
Technology in our military. They need to go do that. We need to get to the bottom of this because what my residents are reporting, all the other mayors and all the other counties in Jersey are reporting to them, they don't feel comfortable or safe with people over their head who are not regulated. Everybody knows a plane's going to go by, everything like that. But this is that ridiculous, and this testimony today is hard.
And Mr. Ray, one question. Is there a chance that this is something from Italy or something that
Yes, they're literally calling for this now, like when the F-22, if I recall, blew up the balloons off Myrtle Beach coast. Weren't those confirmed to be things from China? Also, the reason why I'm saying this incredulously is because my guess is you probably don't want to be shooting down drones over like residential areas or over any areas that would have like any kind of civilian population, we might guess. Maybe if they're over empty open fields, but I also don't know if that would be like the go-to is like shooting down drones over an open field. I don't know if that would be the go-to. My guess is going to be you probably can't see anything like mission critical or any crazy like secret stuff just from a drone flying overhead, and shooting it down probably gets you almost nothing. You probably just file a complaint and investigate, right? Like, what do you gain from shooting it down? Wow, we wasted however many thousands of dollars to scramble a plane to maybe ground flights. I don't know what the FAA ruling would even be on that. Potential collateral damage, potential errors or mix-ups or whatever could happen anytime you're doing military operations within your own borders. Like, all this issue for what? To shoot, like, what would be the point? What are you even accomplishing by doing it? Like, I don't know. They said that they weren't Chinese spy balloons? Okay, I don't know. Do you agree that we should at least take them down somehow, maybe with a super tall net? Based. Helicopters couldn't catch them, and the drones also don't show up on thermal cameras. Wouldn't a drone... I don't know what the heat signature of a drone would be in the night sky. If that would be something you would expect them to show up on or not, I have no idea. Holy fuck. Pretty sure this is like federally illegal, by the way, but... Actually, let me check this out. Laws, shining, lasers, airplanes. People who shine lasers at aircraft face FAA fines of up to $11,000 per violation and up to $30,800 for multiple laser incidents. The FAA issued $20,000 or $120,000 in fines for laser strikes in 2021. What? Hello? Fuck, I'm literally 60 seconds. I gotta go downstairs soon. I gotta get through. I'm doing a podcast in like 20 minutes.
The guy in my chat just wanted me to ask again to talk to the producers of Jubilee to have me on.
I will let them know next time I see them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, take care.
God, they're like... Jay, they're coming closer. Oh my God. Oh shit. Jason, they're coming closer. Oh my God. Stop. It's crazy. It's coming right over us, you crazy.
Shut the fuck up. Are they gonna hear the dog? The plane?
Oh my God, Jay. You're pissing at your really reach that far?
Yeah. Oh, look.
Look.
You have to pine tree.
For some reason, there we go. I have to like stay right here because that's where the lighting is the best. Where is it?
Overhead.
Oh, shut the fuck up. So do it now. Do it now. Jay, do it now. Oh my god.
Are these just airplanes? Is that?
Jay, do it.
Damn, look at these drones that are just hovering stationary out there.
Oh, there's another one. Look, there's the other one. Right there, right there. Right there.
This is like cats with like the little stringy balls. You're like, oh, it's a rat. Oh, there's like right like.
Oh, look, it's trailing smoke. There's like, look at the trail behind it. Look at the trail.
Yeah.
There's two of them right there. What is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? What's trail? What is that? It's got like smoke trailing behind, or like vape, whatever the fuck that is. Are you doing it from here?
There's another one over there.
Where? Shit, where's my jacket? I'm so cold.
Keep referring to us as the MAGA people on this panel. You call us morons. I'm going to start referring to you gentlemen as snowflakes over there. Maybe you haven't looked at the post-election polling in this country, but guess what? The men in this country, the young men in this country, showed up for Donald Trump in droves. And you want to know why, gentlemen? Because they were sick of being emasculated, because they were sick of being lied to, and they were sick of being guilty until proven innocent. The real men in this country I'm talking to, maybe not alluding to.
You're going to trigger them. Triggered.
You guys don't even accept the outcome of the 2020 election, and you're trying to say we're triggered? You guys are the biggest babies in the history of all of mankind. Like, well, I don't know.
Which is why you're the one resorting to name calling, right? You're so triggered you just resort to name calling.
If I call a moron, that means I'm triggered? What does that make Donald Trump, who literally has nicknames for every single political opponent he has, then?
What do you think he'd call you, Destiny?
I don't know. I got a lot of nicknames online, so who knows?
Could be more cowardly, Destiny, than a major network in America, mainstream media network, just caving to Donald Trump and giving him a big check.
Is this a game we're playing? Maybe the other people, Luke might know. I don't know about the other two morons here. You're a big boy. You work in this field, and I know that you're old enough to be smart enough to know this. I don't know. We're just playing a game right now, okay? If you have a defamation case facing you like that, you know the Discovery.
What could be more?
Is this work in this field, and I know that you're old enough to be smart enough to know defamation case facing you like that. You know that Discovery could unveil who knows what. Not necessarily illegal conduct, but just stuff that can go to the press that might make you look bad. Trump might get more than $15 million of earned media just from the treasure troves of the discovery process of that case. Why not just pay out $15 million and walk away from it? By the way, if you were falsely accused of rape, and that was a totally false accusation, do you really think that Donald Trump, a guy who has spent how many hundreds of millions of dollars between all of his different lawsuits, would walk away with $15 million? Of course not. He would have gone for way more if he thought he had a legitimate case there, but that's probably about how much they were willing to settle, knowing that they could avoid the discovery process. You know this, Piers.
Destiny, I get the feeling.
Hey, it's Huey here. In case you don't know me, I'm a former and not so awesome.
Remember how Joe Biden said he wasn't going to pardon Hunter Biden? He said that'd be a brief.
And not so awesome political scientist. The one thing I am good at though is to explain nerdy stuff in an easy and entertaining way, sometimes filled with cuss words, which helped me build a name on TikTok. So I grew up in China, but I did my PhD here in the US and wrote about electoral politics. So if you want to hear from someone who knows about politics in both worlds, you'd better not scroll away. Today I want to talk about something more general, just to lay some groundwork with my audience. The US politics in the last few decades was pretty simple. Basically, the swing voters have been rinsing and repeating the same process over and over again. When the economy is in crisis, they vote for a Democrat to save it. And then when the economy is good, they vote for a Republican to prevent social mobility. In other words, the swing voters are assholes, but they're smart assholes. When the cake is too small, they're like, let's bring in some experts and technocrats and make the cake bigger. But when the cake grows bigger, which creates more opportunities for underprivileged groups, they're like, oh no, these peasants are gonna catch up with me. So let's bring in some conservatives to conserve the way we cut the cake. And of course, the conservative policy will inevitably shrink the cake. You can check out my long videos about market failures, such as externalities, asymmetric information, financial constraint, and all that unpleasant stuff. And when that happens, the median voters are like, oh no, now the poor people are too poor to buy stuff, which is affecting my business revenue. So let's bring back those expert bakers to make a bigger cake. And then another growth cycle starts, rinse and repeat. Do I blame these fuckers? Normally I don't, because they're just human beings, and human beings are inherently jealous. We all want to feel important, but self-importance is sometimes a zero-sum game. When you see other people become more important, you feel less important. I'm not just talking about the straight white man. You can find men in every racial group who fear women becoming more competitive and less willing to cook for them. And some women who are stuck in a traditional role may be annoyed by other women who broke out from that role. And of course, natural-born Americans in general, regardless of gender and race, may feel threatened by newer immigrants. So Trump's talent is really to make every median voter feel that they have some privileges that are threatened by other groups. So they have to punch down to preserve their share and their importance. It's pathetic and it's tasteless, but it's not irrational. Because unfortunately, zero-sum games do exist. In the dating market, for example, if someone else is dating this attractive person, it means you can't. So sometimes you not only want to have a higher income, you also want other people to have a lower income, right? Be honest, Gary. You can't be alpha males without betas, right? And straight men in general are also afraid that women will be more likely to stay single if they have enough money. Am I right, Jeff? Not just the dating market can be zero-sum, but also the psychological need for self-importance. I admit, sometimes I feel resentful when other creators get more likes. Why are these motherfuckers so sexy? It's understandable, right? People want to feel important. The total amount of attention is limited. When other people have more, you have less. I get that sentiment. Normally I can totally make peace with the selfish choice of the median voters. They're just humans. And humans are supposed to be drama queens. But this time they may have really messed up. The rinse and repeat slow progress may stop working this time because these guys want to stop the power alternation once and for all. You see what I mean? This shit is already trending on Twitter. Trump's second term hasn't even started yet, and Elon is already helping him set the stage for a coup against the Terminator. I knew this would happen, but this early? So guys, you have really overdone it this time. Your desire to preserve your share of the cake may have get you stuck in this shrinking cake situation for a long time. I'm broke anyway, so I'll just get some popcorn and watch the show.
Macmillan Audio presents The Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson. Read for you by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding.
For Emily, who is too patient, too kindly, and too wonderful for words. Prelude to the Stormlight Archive. Kalak rounded a rocky stone ridge and stumbled to a stop before the body of a dying thunderclast. The enormous stone beast lay on its side, rib-like protrusions from its chest broken and cracked. The monstrosity was vaguely skeletal in shape, with unnaturally long limbs that sprouted from granite shoulders. The eyes were deep red spots on the arrowhead face, as if created by a fire burning deep within the stone. They faded. Even after all these centuries, seeing a thunderclast up close made Kalak shiver. The beast's hand was as long as a man was tall. He'd been killed by hands like those before, and it hadn't been pleasant. Of course, dying rarely was. He rounded the creature, picking his way more carefully across the battlefield. The plain was a place of misshapen rock and stone, natural pillars rising around him, bodies littering the ground. Few plants lived here. The stone ridges and mounds bore numerous scars. Some were shattered, blasted-out sections, where surge binders had fought. Less frequently, he passed cracked, oddly shaped hollows, where thunderclasts had ripped themselves free of the stone to join the fray. Many of the bodies around him were human. Many were not. Blood mixed, red, orange, violet. Though none of the bodies around him stirred, an indistinct haze of sounds hung in the air. Moans of pain, cries of grief. They did not seem like the sounds of victory. Smoke curled from the occasional patches of growth or heaps of burning corpses. Even some sections of rock smoldered. The Dustbringers had done their work well. But I survived, Kalak thought, hand to breast as he hastened to the meeting place. I actually survived this time. That was dangerous. When he died, he was sent back. No choice. When he survived the desolation, he was supposed to go back as well. Back to that place that he dreaded. Back to that place of pain and fire. What if he just decided not to go? Perilous thoughts. Perhaps traitorous thoughts. He hastened on his way. The place of meeting was in the shadow of a large rock formation, a spire rising into the sky. As always, the 10 of them had decided upon it before the battle. The survivors would make their way here. Oddly, only one of the others was waiting for him, Yezrian. Had the other 8 all died? It was possible. The battle had been so furious this time, one of the worst. The enemy was growing increasingly tenacious. But no. Kalak frowned as he stepped up to the base of the spire. 7 magnificent swords stood proudly here, driven point first into the stone ground. Each was a masterly work of art, flowing in design, inscribed with glyphs and patterns. He recognized each one. If their masters had died, the blades would have vanished. These blades were weapons of power beyond even shard blades. These were unique, precious. Yezrian stood outside the ring of swords, looking eastward. Yezrian? The figure in white and blue glanced toward him. Even after all these centuries, Yezrian looked young, like a man barely into his 30th year. His short black beard was neatly trimmed, though his once fine clothing was scorched and stained with blood. He folded his arms behind his back as he turned to Kalak. "What is this, Yezrian?" Kalak asked. "Where are the others?" "Departed." Yezrian's voice was calm, deep, regal. Though he hadn't worn a crown in centuries, his royal manner lingered. He always seemed to know what to do. "You might call it a miracle. Only one of us died this time." "Talanel," Kalak said. His was the only blade unaccounted for. "Yes. He died holding that passage by the northern waterway." Kalak nodded. Talon had a tendency to choose seemingly hopeless fights and win them. He also had a tendency to die in the process. He would be back now, in the place where they went between desolations, the place of nightmares. Kalak found himself shaking. When had he become so weak? "Yezrian, I can't return this time." Kalak whispered the words, stepping up and gripping the other man's arm. "I can't." Kalak felt something within him break at the admission. How long had it been? Centuries, perhaps millennia of torture. It was so hard to keep track. Those fires, those hooks, digging into his flesh anew each day, searing the skin off his arm, then burning the fat, then driving to the bone. He could smell it. Almighty, he could smell it. "Leave your sword," Yezrian said. "What?" Yezrian nodded to the ring of weapons. "I was chosen to wait for you. We weren't certain if you had survived. A decision has been made. It is time for the Oath Pact to end." Kalak felt a sharp stab of horror. "What will that do?" "Ishar believes that so long as there is one of us still bound to the Oath Pact, it may be enough. There is a chance we might end the cycle of desolations." Kalak looked into the immortal king's eyes. Black smoke rose from a small patch to their left. Groans of the dying haunted them from behind. There, in Yezrian's eyes, Kalak saw anguish and grief, perhaps even cowardice. This was a man hanging from a cliff by a thread. Almighty above, Kalak thought. "You're broken too, aren't you?" They all were. Kalak turned and walked to the side, where a low ridge overlooked part of the battlefield. There were so many corpses, and among them walked the living. Men in primitive wraps carrying spears topped by bronze heads. Juxtaposed between them were others in gleaming plate armor. One group walked past, 4 men in their ragged tanned skins or shoddy leather joining a powerful figure in beautiful silver plate. Amazingly intricate. Such a contrast. Yezrian stepped up beside him. "They see us as divinities," Kalak whispered. "They rely upon us, Yezrian. We are all that they have." "They have the radiance. That will be enough." Kalak shook his head. "He will not remain bound by this. The enemy, he will find a way around it. You know he will." "Perhaps." The King of Heralds offered no further explanation. "And Talon?" Kalak asked. The flesh burning, the fires, the pain over and over and over. "Better that one man should suffer than 10, Yezrian whispered. He seemed so cold, like a shadow caused by heat and light falling on someone honorable and true, casting this black imitation behind. Yezrian walked back to the Ring of Swords. His own blade formed in his hands, appearing from mist wet with condensation. "It has been decided, Kalak. We will go our ways, and we will not seek out one another. Our blades must be left. The Oath Pact ends now." He lifted his sword and rammed it into the stone with the other 7. Jezreel hesitated, looking at the sword, then bowed his head and turned away, as if ashamed. We chose this burden willingly. Well, we can choose to drop it if we wish. What do we tell the people, Jezreel? Kalak asked. What will they say of this day? It's simple, Jezreel said, walking away. We tell them that they finally won. It's an easy enough lie. Who knows? Maybe it will turn out to be true. Kalak watched Jezreel depart across the burned landscape. Finally, he summoned his own blade and slammed it into the stone beside the other 8. He turned and walked in the direction opposite from Jezreel. And yet he could not help glancing back at the ring of swords and the single open spot. The place where the 10th sword should have gone. The one of them who was lost. The one they had abandoned. Forgive us, Kalak thought, then left. Book 1. The Way of Kings. 4,500 years later. Prologue. To kill. The love of men is a frigid thing. A mountain stream only 3 steps from the ice. We are his. O Storm Father, we are his. It is but 1,000 days and the Everstorm comes. Collected on the first day of the week Pala of the month Shash of the year 1171, 31 seconds before death. Subject was a dark-eyed pregnant woman of middle years. The child did not survive. Zeth, son Volano, truthless of Shinovar, wore white on the day he was to kill a king. The white clothing was a Parshendi tradition, foreign to him. But he did as his masters required and did not ask for an explanation. He sat in a large stone room, baked by enormous fire pits that cast a garish light upon the revelers, causing beads of sweat to form on their skin as they danced and drank and yelled and sang and clapped. Some fell to the ground red-faced, the revelry too much for them, their stomachs proving to be inferior wineskins. They looked as if they were dead, at least until their friends carried them out of the feast hall to waiting beds. Zeth did not sway to the drums, drink the sapphire wine, nor stand to dance. He sat on a bench at the back, a still servant in white robes. Few at the treaty signing celebration noticed him. He was just a servant, and Shin were easy to ignore. Most out here in the east thought Zeth's kind were docile and harmless. They were generally right. The drummers began a new rhythm. The beats shook Zeth like a quartet of thumping hearts, pumping waves of invisible blood through the room. Zeth's masters, who were dismissed as savages by those in more civilized kingdoms, sat at their own tables. They were men with skin of black, marbled with red. Parshendi, they were named, cousins to the more docile servant peoples known as Parshmen in most of the world. An oddity. They did not call themselves Parshendi. That was the Alethi name for them. It meant, roughly, Parshmen who can think. Neither side seemed to see that as an insult. The Parshendi had brought the musicians. At first, the Alethi Light Eyes had been hesitant. To them, drums were bass instruments of the common dark-eyed people. But wine was the great assassin of both tradition and propriety, and now the Alethi elite danced with abandon. Zeth stood and began to pick his way through the room. The revelry had lasted long. Even the king had retired hours ago, but many still celebrated. As he walked, Zeth was forced to step around Dalinar Kholin, the king's own brother, who slumped drunken at a small table. The aging but powerfully built man kept waving away those who tried to encourage him to bed. Where was Yasna, the king's daughter? Elokar, the king's son and heir, sat at the high table ruling the feast in his father's absence. He was in conversation with 2 men, dark-skinned Azish man who had an odd patch of pale skin on his cheek, and a thinner Alethi-looking man who kept glancing over his shoulder. The heir's feasting companions were unimportant. Zeth stayed far from the heir, skirting the sides of the room, passing the drummers. Music spreads zipped through the air around them, the tiny spirits taking the form of spinning translucent ribbons. As Zeth passed the drummers, they noted him. They would withdraw soon, along with all of the other Parshendi. They did not seem offended. They did not seem angry. And yet they were going to break their treaty of only a few hours. It made no sense. But Zeth did not ask questions. At the end of the room, he passed rows of unwavering azure lights that bulged out where wall met floor. They held sapphires infused with stormlight. Profane. How could the men of these lands use something so sacred for mere illumination? Worse, the Alethi scholars were said to be close to creating new shard planes. Zeth hoped that was just wishful boasting. Or if it did happen, the world would be changed. Likely in a way that ended with people in all countries, distant Phalanot to towering Akabed, speaking Alethi to their children. They were a grand people, these Alethi. Even drunk, there was a natural nobility to them. Tall and well-made, the men dressed in dark silk coats that buttoned down the sides of the chest, and were elaborately embroidered in silver or gold. Each one looked a general on the field. The women were even more splendid. They wore grand silk dresses, tightly fitted, bright colors of contrast to the dark tones favored by men. The left sleeve of each dress was longer than the right one, covering the hand. Alethi had an odd sense of propriety. Their pure black hair was pinned up atop their heads, either in intricate weavings of braids or in loose piles. It was often woven with golden ribbons or ornaments, along with gems that glowed with stormlight. Beautiful. Profane, but beautiful. Zeth left the feasting chamber behind. Just outside, he passed the doorway into the beggar's feast. It was an Alethi tradition, a room where some of the poorest men and women in the city were given a feast complimenting that of the king and his guests. A man with a long gray and black beard slumped in the doorway, smiling foolishly, though whether from wine or a weak mind, Zeth could not tell. "Have you just seen me?" the man asked with slurred speech. He laughed, then began to speak in gibberish, reaching for a wine skin. So it was drink after all. Zeth brushed by, continuing past a line of statues depicting the 10 heralds from ancient war and theology. Yozeriza, Ishik, Kalek, Telenalat. He counted off each one and realized there were only 9 here. One was conspicuously missing. Why had Shalash's statue been removed? King Gavilar was said to be very devout in his foreign worship. Too devout by some people's standards. The hallway here curved to the right, running around the perimeter of the domed palace. They were on the king's floor, 2 levels up, surrounded by rock walls, ceiling, and floor. That was profane. Stone was not to be trod upon. But what was he to do? He was truthless. He did as his masters demanded. Today, that included wearing white. Loose white trousers tied at the waist with a rope, and over them a filmy shirt with long sleeves open at the front. White clothing for a killer was a tradition among the Parshendi. Although Zeth had not asked, his masters had explained why. White to be bold. White to not blend into the night. White to give warning. For if you were going to assassinate a man, he was entitled to see you coming. Zeth turned right, taking the hallway directly toward the king's chambers. Torches burned on the walls, their light unsatisfying to him. A meal of thin broth after a long fast. Tiny flame spread danced around them, like insects made solely of congealed light. The torches were useless to him. He reached for his pouch and the spheres it contained, but then hesitated when he saw more of the blue lights ahead. A pair of stormlight lamps, hanging on the wall, brilliant sapphires glowing at their hearts. Zeth walked up to one of these, holding out his hand to cup it around the glass-shrouded gemstone. "You there," a voice called in Alethi. There were 2 guards at the intersection. Double guard, for there were savages abroad in Kholinar this night. True, those savages were supposed to be allies now, but alliances could be shallow things indeed. This one wouldn't last the hour. Zeth looked as the 2 guards approached. They carried spears. They weren't light-eyes and were therefore forbidden the sword. Their painted red breastplates were ornate, however, as were their helms. They might be dark-eyed, but they were high-ranking citizens with honored positions in the royal guard. Stopping a few feet away, the guard at the front gestured with his spear. "Go on now. This is no place for you." He had tan Alethi skin and a thin mustache that ran all the way around his mouth, becoming a beard at the bottom. Zeth didn't move. "Well," the guard said, "what are you waiting for?" Zeth breathed in deeply, drawing forth the stormlight. It streamed into him, siphoned from the twin sapphire lamps on the walls, sucked in as if by his deep inhalation. The stormlight raged inside of him, and the hallway suddenly grew darker, falling into shade, like a hilltop cut off from the sun by a transient cloud. Zeth could feel the light's warmth, its fury, like a tempest that had been injected directly into his veins. The power of it was invigorating but dangerous. It pushed him to act, to move, to strike. Holding his breath, he clung to the stormlight. He could still feel it leaking out. Stormlight could be held for only a short time, a few minutes at most. It leaked away, the human body too porous to contain. He had heard that the Voidbringers could hold it in perfectly, but then did they even exist? His punishment declared that they didn't. His honor demanded that they did. Afire with holy energy, Zeth turned to the guards. They could see that he was leaking stormlight, wisps of it curling from his skin like luminescent smoke. The lead guard squinted, frowning. Zeth was sure the man had never seen anything like it before. As far as he knew, Zeth had killed every stonewalker who had ever seen what he could do. What are you?" The guard's voice had lost its certainty. "Spirit or man?" "What am I?" Zeth whispered, a bit of light leaking from his lips as he looked past the man down the long hallway. "I'm sorry." Zeth blinked, lashing himself to that distant point down the hallway. Stormlight raged from him in a flash, chilling his skin, and the ground immediately stopped pulling him downward. Instead, he was pulled toward that distant point. It was as if, to him, that direction had suddenly become down. This was a basic lashing, first of his 3 kinds of lashings. It gave him the ability to manipulate whatever force, spren, or god it was that held men to the ground. With this lashing, he could bind people or objects to different surfaces or in different directions. From Seth's perspective, the hallway was now a deep shaft down which he was falling, and the two guards stood on one of the sides. They were shocked when Seth's feet hit them, one for each face, throwing him over. Seth shifted his view and lashed himself to the floor. Light leaked from him. The floor of the hallway again became down, and he landed between the two guards, clothes crackling and dropping flakes of frost. He rose, beginning the process of summoning his sharp blade. One of the guards fumbled for his spear. Seth reached down, touching the soldier's shoulder while looking up. He focused on a point above him while willing the light out of his body and into the guard, lashing the poor man to the ceiling. The guard yelped in shock as up became down for him. Light trailing from his form, he crashed into the ceiling and dropped his spear. It was not lashed directly and clattered back down to the floor near Zeth. To kill. It was the greatest of sins. And yet here Zeth stood, truthless, profanely walking on stones used for building. And it would not end. As truthless, there was only one life he was forbidden to take, and that was his own. At the 10th beat of his heart, his shard blade dropped into his waiting hand. It formed as if condensing from mist, water beating along the metal length. His shard blade was long and thin, edged on both sides, smaller than most others. Zeth swept it out, carving a line in the stone floor and passing through the second guard's neck. As always, the shard blade killed oddly. Though it cut easily through stone, steel, or anything inanimate, the metal fuzzed when it touched living skin. It traveled through the guard's neck without leaving a mark, but once it did, the man's eyes smoked and burned. They blackened, shriveling up in his head, and he slumped forward dead. A shard blade did not cut living flesh. It severed the soul itself. Above, the first guard gasped. He'd managed to get to his feet, even though they were planted on the ceiling of the hallway.
"Shard-bearer!"
he shouted.
"A shard-bearer assaults the king's hall! To arms!"
Finally, Zeth thought. Zeth's use of stormlight was unfamiliar to the guards, but they knew a shard blade when they saw one. Zeth bent down and picked up the spear that had fallen from above. As he did so, he released the breath he'd been holding since drawing in the stormlight. It sustained him while he held it, but those two lanterns hadn't contained much of it, so he would need to breathe again soon. The light began to leak away more quickly, now that he wasn't holding his breath. Zeth set the spear's butt against the stone floor, then looked upward. The guard above stopped shouting, eyes opening wide as the tails of his shirt began to slip downward, the earth below reasserting its dominance. The light steaming off his body dwindled. He looked down at Zeth, down at the spear tip pointing directly at his heart. Violet fear spren crawled out of the stone ceiling around him. The light ran out, the guard fell. He screamed as he hit, the sword impaling him through the chest. Zeth let the spear fall away, carried to the ground with a muffled thump by the body twitching on its end. Shard blade in hand, he turned down a side corridor, following the map he'd memorized. He ducked around a corner and flattened himself against the wall just as a troop of guards reached the dead men. The newcomers began shouting immediately, continuing the alarm. His instructions were clear. Kill the king, but be seen doing it. Let the Alethi know he was coming and what he was doing. Why? Why did the Parshendi agree to this treaty only to send an assassin the very night of its signing? More gemstones glowed on the walls of the hallway here. King Gavilar liked lavish display, and he couldn't know that he was leaving sources of power for Zeth to use in his lashings. The things Zeth did hadn't been seen for millennia. Histories from those times were all but non-existent, and the legends were horribly inaccurate. Zeth peeked back out into the corridor. One of the guards at the intersection saw him, pointing and yelling. Zeth made sure they got a good look, then ducked away. He took a deep breath as he ran, drawing in stormlight from the lanterns. His body became alive with it, and his speed increased, his muscles bursting with energy. Light became a storm inside him. His blood thundered in his ears. It was terrible and wonderful at the same time. 2 corridors down, one to the side. He threw open the door of a storage room, then hesitated a moment, just long enough for a guard to round the corner and see him, before dashing into the room. Preparing for a full lashing, he raised his arm and commanded the stormlight to pool there, causing the skin to burst alight with radiance. Then he flung his hand out toward the doorframe, spraying white luminescence across it like paint. He slammed the door just as the guards arrived. The stormlight held the door in the frame with the strength of 100 arms. A full lashing bound objects together, holding them fast until the stormlight ran out. It took longer to create, and drained stormlight far more quickly than a basic lashing. The door handle shook, and then the wood began to crack as the guards threw their weight against it, one man calling for an axe. Zeth crossed the room in rapid strides, weaving around the shrouded furniture that had been stored here. It was of red cloth and deep expensive woods. He reached the far wall and, preparing himself for yet another blasphemy, he raised his shard blade and slashed horizontally through the dark gray stone. The rock sliced easily. A shard blade could cut any inanimate object. 2 vertical slashes followed, then one across the bottom, cutting a large square block. He pressed his hand against it, willing stormlight into the stone. Behind him, the room's door began to crack. He looked over his shoulder and focused on the shaking door, lashing the block in that direction. Frost crystallized on his clothing. Flashing something so large required a great deal of stormlight. The tempest within him stilled, like a storm reduced to a drizzle. He stepped aside. The large stone block shuddered, sliding into the room. Normally, moving the block would have been impossible. Its own weight repelled it against the stones below. Yet now that same weight pulled it free. For the block, the direction of the room's door was down. With a deep grinding sound, the block slid free of the wall and tumbled through the air, smashing furniture. The soldiers finally broke through the door, staggering into the room just as the enormous block crashed into them. Seth turned his back on the terrible sound of the screams, the splintering of wood, the breaking of bones. He ducked and stepped through his new hole, entering the hallway outside. He walked slowly, drawing stormlight from the lamps he passed, siphoning it to him, and stoking anew the tempest within. As the lamps dimmed, the corridor darkened. A thick wooden door stood at the end, and as he approached, small fear spren, shaped like globs of purple goo, began to wriggle from the masonry, pointing toward the doorway. They were drawn by the terror being felt on the other side. Zeth pushed the door open, entering the last corridor leading to the king's chambers. Tall red ceramic vases lined the pathway, and they were dispersed with nervous soldiers. They flanked a long, narrow run. It was red, like a river of blood. The spearmen in front didn't wait for him to get close. They broke into a trot, lifting their short throwing spears. Zeth slammed his hand to the side, pushing stormlight into the doorframe using the third and final type of lashing, a reverse lashing. This one looked differently from the other two. It did not make the doorframe emit stormlight. Indeed, it seemed to pull nearby light into it, giving it a strange penumbra. The spearman threw, and Zeth stood still, hand on the doorframe. A reverse lashing required his constant touch, but took comparatively little stormlight. During one, anything that approached him, particularly lighter objects, was instead pulled toward the lashing itself. The spears veered in the air, splitting around him and slamming into the wooden frame. As he felt them hit, Zeth leaped into the air and lashed himself to the right wall, his feet hitting the stone with a slap. He immediately reoriented his perspective. To his eyes, he wasn't standing on the wall, the soldiers were, the blood-red carpet streaming between them like a long tapestry. Zeth bolted down the hallway, striking with his shard blade, shearing through the necks of 2 men who had thrown spears at him. Their eyes burned and they collapsed. The other guards in the hallway began to panic. Some tried to attack him, others yelled for more help. Still others cringed away from him. The attackers had trouble. They were disoriented by the oddity of striking at someone who hung on the wall. Zeth cut down a few, then flipped into the air, tucking into a roll and lashed himself back to the floor. He hit the ground in the midst of the soldiers, completely surrounded but holding a shard blade. According to legend, the shard blades were first carried by the Knights Radiant uncounted ages ago. Gifts of their god, granted to allow them to fight horrors of rock and flame, dozens of feet tall, foes whose eyes burned with hatred. The Void Bringers. When your foe had skin as hard as stone itself, steel was useless. Something supernal was required. Zeth rose from his crouch, loose white clothes rippling, jaw clenched against his sins. He struck out, his weapon flashing with reflected torchlight. Elegant, wide swings. 3 of them, one after another. He could neither close his ears to the screams that followed nor avoid seeing the men fall. They dropped around him like toys, knocked over by a child's careless kick. If the blade touched a man's spine, he died, eyes burning. If it cut through the core of a limb, it killed that limb. One soldier stumbled away from Zeth, arm flopping uselessly on his shoulder. He would never be able to feel it or use it again. Zeth lowered his shard blade, standing among the cinder-eyed corpses. Here in Alethkar, men often spoke of the legends, with mankind's hard-won victory over the Voidbringers. But when weapons created to fight nightmares were turned against common soldiers, the lives of men became cheap things indeed. Zeth turned and continued on his way, slippered feet falling on the soft red rock. The shard blade, as always, glistened silver and clean. When one killed with the blade, there was no blood. That seemed like a sign. The shard blade was just a tool. It could not be blamed for the murders. The door at the end of the hallway burst open. Zeth froze as a small group of soldiers rushed out, ushering a man in regal robes, his head ducked as if to avoid arrows. The soldiers wore deep blue, the color of the King's Guard, and the corpses didn't make them stop and gawk. They were prepared for what a shard-bearer could do. They opened a side door and shoved their ward through, several leveling spears at Zeth as they backed out. Another figure stepped from the King's quarters. He wore glistening blue armor made of smoothly interlocking plates. Unlike common plate armor, however, his armor had no leather or nail visible at the joints, just smaller plates, fitting together with intricate precision. The armor was beautiful, the blue inlaid with golden bands around the edges of each piece of plate, the helm ornamented with 3 waves of small horn-like wings. Shard plate, the customary complement to a shard blade. The newcomer carried a sword as well, an enormous shard blade 6 feet long, with a design along the blade like burning flames, a weapon of silvery metal that gleamed and almost seemed to glow, a weapon designed to slay dark gods, a larger counterpart to the one Zeth carried. Zeth hesitated. He didn't recognize the armor. He had not been warned that he would be set in this task, and hadn't been given proper time to memorize the various suits of plate or blades owned by the Alethi. But a shard-bearer would have to be dealt with before he chased the king. He could not leave such a foe behind. Besides, perhaps a shard-bearer could defeat him, kill him, and end his miserable life. His lashings wouldn't work directly on someone in shard plate, and the armor would enhance the man, strengthen him. Zeth's honor would not allow him to betray his mission or seek death. But if that death occurred, he would welcome it. The shard-bearer struck, and Zeth lashed himself to the side of the hallway, leaping with a twist and landing on the wall. He danced backward, blade held at the ready. The shard-bearer fell into an aggressive posture, using one of the swordplay stances favored here in the East. He moved far more nimbly than one would expect for a man in such bulky armor. Shard plate was special, as ancient and magical as the blades it complemented. The shard-bearer struck. Zeth skipped to the side and lashed himself to the ceiling, as the shard-bearer's blade slashed into the wall. Feeling a thrill at the contest, Zeth dashed forward and attacked downward with an overhand blow, trying to hit the shard-bearer's helm. The man ducked, going down on one knee, letting Zeth's blade cleave empty air. Zeth leaped backward as the shard-bearer swung upward with his blade, slicing into the ceiling. Zeth didn't own a set of plate himself and didn't care to. His lashings interfered with the gemstones that powered shard plate, and he had to choose one or the other. As the shard-bearer turned, Zeth sprinted forward across the ceiling. As expected, the shard-bearer swung again, and Zeth leaped to the side, rolling. He came up from his roll and flipped, lashing himself to the floor again. He spun to land on the ground behind the shard-bearer. He slammed his blade into his opponent's open back. Unfortunately, there was one major advantage plate offered. It could block a shard blade. Zeth's weapon hit solidly, causing a web of glowing lines to spread out across the back of the armor. The stormlight began to leak free from them. Shard blade didn't bend or bend like common metal. Zeth would have to hit the shard-bearer in the same location at least once more to break through. Zeth danced out of range as the shard-bearer swung in anger, trying to cut at Zeth's knees. The tempest within Zeth gave him many advantages, including the ability to quickly recover from small wounds, but it would not restore limbs killed by a shard blade. He rounded the shard-bearer, then picked a moment and dashed forward. The shard-bearer swung again, but Zeth briefly lashed himself to the ceiling for lift. He shot into the air, cresting over the swing, then immediately lashed himself back to the floor. He struck as he landed, but the shard-bearer recovered quickly and executed a perfect follow-through stroke, coming within a finger of hitting Zeth. The man was dangerously skilled with that blade. Many shard-bearers depended too much on the power of their weapon and armor. This man was different. Zeth jumped to the wall and struck at the shard-bearer with quick terse attacks like a snapping eel. The shard-bearer fended him off with wide, sweeping counters. His blade's length kept Zeth at bay. This is taking too long, Zeth thought. If the king slipped away into hiding, Zeth would fail in his mission no matter how many people he killed. He ducked in for another strike, but the shard-bearer forced him back. Each second this fight lasted was another for the king's escape. It was time to be reckless. Zeth launched into the air, lashing himself to the other end of the hallway and falling feet first toward his adversary. The shard-bearer didn't hesitate to swing, but Zeth lashed himself down at an angle, dropping immediately. The shard blade swished through the air above him. He landed in a crouch, using his momentum to throw himself forward, and swung at the shard-bearer's side, where the plate had cracked. He hit with a powerful blow. That piece of the plate shattered, bits of molten metal streaking away. The shard-bearer grunted, dropping to one knee, raising a hand to his side. Zeth raised a foot to the man's side and shoved him backward with a stormlight-enhanced kick. The heavy shard-bearer crashed into the door of the king's quarters, smashing it and falling partway into the room beyond. Zeth left him, ducking instead through the doorway to the right, following the way the king had gone. The hallway here had the same red carpet, and stormlight lamps on the walls gave Zeth a chance to recharge the tempest within. Energy blazed within him again, and he sped up. If he could get far enough ahead, he could deal with the king, then turn back to fight off the shard-bearer. It wouldn't be easy. A full lashing on a doorway wouldn't stop a shard-bearer, and that plate would let the man run supernaturally fast. Zeth glanced over his shoulder. The shard-bearer wasn't following. The man sat up in his armor, looking dazed. Zeth could just barely see him, sitting in the doorway, surrounded by broken bits of wood. Perhaps Zeth had wounded him more than he thought. Or maybe... Zeth froze. He thought of the duck head of the king who had been rushed out, face obscured. The shard-bearer still wasn't following. He was so skilled. It was said that few men could rival Gavilar Kholin's swordsmanship. Could it be? Zeth turned and dashed back, trusting his instincts. As soon as the shard-bearer saw him, he climbed to his feet with alacrity. Zeth ran faster. What was the safest place for your king? In the hands of some guards, fleeing, or protected in a suit of shard plate, left behind, dismissed as a bodyguard? Never. Zeth thought as the formerly sluggish Shardbearer fell into another battle stance. Zeth attacked with renewed vigor, swinging his blade in a flurry of strikes. The Shardbearer, the king, aggressively struck out with broad sweeping blows. Zeth pulled away from one of these, feeling the wind of the weapon passing just inches before him. He timed his next move, then dashed forward, ducking underneath the king's follow-through. The king, expecting another strike at his side, twisted with his arm held protectively to block the hole in his throat. That gave Zeth the room to run past him and into the king's chambers. The king spun around to follow, but Zeth ran through the lavishly furnished chamber, flinging out his hand, touching pieces of furniture he passed. He infused them with stormlight, lashing them to a point behind the king. The furniture tumbled as if the room had been turned on its side, couches, chairs, and tables dropping toward the surprised king. Gavilar made the mistake of chopping at them with his sharp blade. The weapon easily sheared through a large couch, but the pieces still crashed into it, making him stumble. A footstool hit him next, throwing him to the ground. Gavilar rolled out of the way of the furniture and charged forward, plate leaking streams of light from the cracked sections. Zeth gathered himself, then leaped into the air, lashing himself backward and to the right as the king arrived. He zipped out of the way of the king's blow, then lashed himself forward with 2 basic lashings in a row. Stormlight flashed out of him, clothing freezing as he was pulled toward the king at twice the speed of a normal fall. The king's posture indicated surprise as Zeth lurched in midair, then spun toward him, swinging. He slammed his blade into the king's helm, then immediately lashed himself to the ceiling and fell upward, slamming into the stone roof above. He lashed himself in too many directions too quickly, and his body had lost track, making it difficult to land gracefully. He stumbled back to his feet. Below, the king stepped back, trying to get into position to swing up at Zeth. The man's helm was cracked, leaking stormlight, and he stood protectively defending the side with a broken plate. The king used a one-handed swing, reaching for the ceiling. Zeth immediately lashed himself downward, judging that the king's attack would leave him unable to get his sword back in time. Zeth underestimated his opponent. The king stepped into Zeth's attack, trusting his helm to absorb the blow. Just as Zeth hit the helm a second time, shattering it, Gavilar punched with his offhand, slamming his gauntleted fist into Zeth's face. Blinding light flashed in Zeth's eyes, a counterpoint to the sudden agony that crashed across his face. Everything blurred, his vision fading. Pain. So much pain. He screamed, stormlight leaving him in a rush, and he slammed back into something hard. The balcony doors. More pain broke across his shoulders as if someone had stabbed him with 100 daggers, and he hit the ground and rolled to a stop, muscles trembling. The blow would have killed an ordinary man. No time for pain. No time for pain. No time for pain. He blinked, shaking his head, the world blurry and dark. Was he blind? No. It was dark outside. He was on the wooden balcony. The force of the blow had thrown him through the doors. Something was thumping. Heavy footfalls. The Shardbearer. Zeth stumbled to his feet, vision swimming. Blood streamed from the side of his face and stormlight rose from his skin, blinding his left eye. The light. It would heal him if it could. His jaw felt unhinged. Broken. He dropped his shard blade. A lumbering shadow moved in front of him. The Shardbearer's armor had leaked enough stormlight that the king was having trouble walking. But he was coming. Zeth screamed, kneeling, infusing stormlight into the wooden balcony, lashing it downward. The air frosted around him. The tempest roared, traveling down his arms into the wood. He lashed it downward, then did it again. He lashed a 4th time as Gavilar stepped onto the balcony. It lurched under the extra weight. The wood cracked, straining. The Shardbearer hesitated. Zeth lashed the balcony downward a 5th time. The balcony supports shattered, and the entire structure broke free from the building. Zeth screamed through a broken jaw and used his final bit of stormlight to lash himself to the side of the building. He fell to the side, passing the shocked Shardbearer, then hit the wall and rolled. The balcony dropped away, the king looking up with shock as he lost his footing. The fall was brief. In the moonlight, Zeth watched solemnly, vision still fuzzy, blinded in one eye, as the structure crashed to the stone ground below. The wall of the palace trembled, and the crash of broken wood echoed from nearby buildings. Still standing on the side of the wall, Zeth groaned, climbing to his feet. He felt weak. He'd used up his stormlight too quickly, straining his body. He stumbled down the side of the building, approaching the wreckage, barely able to remain standing. The king was still moving. Shardplate would protect a man from such a fall, but a large length of bloodied wood stuck up through Gavilar's side, piercing him where Zeth had broken the plate earlier. Zeth knelt down, inspecting the man's pain-racked face. Strong features, square chin, black beard flecked with white, striking pale green eyes. Gavilar called in. I expected you to come, the king said between gasps. Zeth reached underneath the front of the man's breastplate, tapping the straps there. They unfastened and he pulled the front of the breastplate free, exposing the gemstones on its interior. 2 had been cracked and burned out. 3 still glowed. Numb, Zeth breathed in sharply, absorbing the light. The storm began to rage again. More light rose from the side of his face, repairing his damaged skin and bones. The pain was still great. Stormlight healing was far from instantaneous. It would be hours before he recovered. The king coughed. You can tell, Thydakar, that is too late. I don't know who that is, Zeth said, stamping, his words slurring from his broken jaw. He held his hand to the side, resummoning his shard blade. The king frowned. Then who? Restaris? Sarius? I never thought. I Master Zarva Parshandi, Zeth said. 10 heartbeats passed and his blade dropped into his hand, wet with condensation. Parshandi? It makes no sense. Had glittering vision for his chest and fumbling apart. He pulled out a small crystalline sphere tied to a chain. You must take this. You must not get it. He seemed dazed. Tell my brother. He must find the most important words a man can say. Gavilar fell still. Zeth hesitated, then knelt down and took the sphere. It was odd, unlike any he'd seen before. Though it was completely dark, it seemed to glow somehow, with a light that was black. The Parshandi, Gavilar had said. It makes no sense. Doesn't make sense anymore, Zeth whispered, tucking the strange sphere away. It's all unraveling. I'm sorry, King of the Earth. I doubt that you care. Not anymore, at least. He stood up. At least you won't have to watch the world ending with resistance. Beside the king's body, his sharp blade materialized from mist, clattering to the stones now that its master was dead. It was worth a fortune. Kingdoms had fallen as men vied to possess a single shard blade. Shouts of alarm came from inside the palace. Zeth needed to go. But tell my brother. To Zeth's people, a dying request was sacred. He took the king's hand, dipping it in the man's own blood, then used it to scroll on the wood. Brother, you must find the most important words a man can say. With that, Zeth escaped into the night. He left the king's shard blade. He had no use for it. The blade Zeth already carried was cursing off. Part 1. Above Silence. Kaladin, Shalom. 1. Stormblessed. You've killed me. Bastards, you've killed me. While the sun is still hot, I die. Collected on the 5th day of the week, Chach, month of the Tab of the year 1171, 10 seconds before death. Subject was a dark-eyed soldier, 31 years of age. Sample was considered questionable. 5 years later. I'm going to die, aren't I? Sen asked. The weathered veteran beside Sen turned and inspected him. The veteran wore a full beard cut short. At the sides, the black hairs were starting to give way to gray. I'm going to die, Sen thought, clutching his spear. The shaft slipped with sweat. I'm going to die. Oh, Stormfather, I'm going to die. How old are you, son? The veteran asked. Sen didn't remember the man's name. It was hard to recall anything while watching that other army form lines across the rocky battlefield. That lining up seemed so civil, neat, organized. Short spears in the front ranks, long spears and javelins next, archers at the sides. Dark-eyed spearmen wore equipment like Sen's, leather jerkin and knee-length skirt with a simple steel cap and a matching breastplate. Many of the light eyes had full suits of armor. They sat astride horses, their honor guards clustering around them with breastplates that gleamed burgundy and deep forest green. Were there shard-bearers among them? Bright Lord Amaram wasn't a shard-bearer. Were any of his men? What if Sen had to fight one? Ordinary men didn't kill shard-bearers. It happened so infrequently that each occurrence was now legendary. It's really happening, he thought with mounting terror. This wasn't a drill in the camp. This wasn't training out in the fields, swinging sticks. This was real. Facing that fact, his heart pounding like a frightened animal in his chest, his legs unsteady, Sen suddenly realized that he was a coward. He shouldn't have left the herds. He should never have... Son, the veteran said, voice firm. How old are you? 15, sir. And what's your name? Sen, sir. The mountainous bearded man nodded. I'm Dalit. Dalit, Sen repeated, still staring out at the other army. There were so many of them. Thousands. I'm going to die, aren't I? No. Dalit had a gruff voice, but somehow that was comforting. You're going to be just fine. Keep your head on straight. Stay with the squad. But I've barely had 3 months training. He swore he could hear faint clangs from the enemy's armor or shields. I can barely hold this spear. Stormfather, I'm dead. I can't... Son, Dalit interrupted, soft but firm. He raised a hand and placed it on Sen's shoulder. The rim of Dalit's large round shield reflected the light from where it hung on his back. You are going to be fine. How can you know? It came out as a plea. Because, lad, you're in Kaladin Stormblessed's squad. The other soldiers nearby nodded in agreement. Behind them, waves and waves of soldiers were lining up, thousands of them. Sen was right at the front, with Kaladin's squad of about 30 other men. Why had Sen been moved to a new squad at the last moment? It had something to do with camp politics. Why was this squad at the very front, where casualties were bound to be the greatest? Small fear swim, like globs of purplish goo, began to climb up out of the ground and gather around his feet. In a moment of sheer panic, he nearly dropped his spear and scrambled away. Dalit's hand tightened on his shoulder. Looking up into Dalit's confident black eyes, Sen hesitated. Did you piss before we formed ranks? Dalit asked. I didn't have time to. Go now. Here? If you don't, you'll end up with it running down your leg in battle, distracting you, maybe killing you. Do it. Embarrassed, Sen handed Dalit his spear and relieved himself onto the stones. When he finished, he shot glances at those next to him. None of Kaladin's soldiers smirked. They stood steady, spears to their sides, shields on their backs. The enemy army was almost finished. The field between the two forces was bare, flat, slick rock, remarkably even and smooth, broken only by occasional rock buds. It would have made a good pasture. The warm wind blew in Sen's face, thick with the watery scents of last night's high storm. Dalit, a voice said. A man walked up through the ranks carrying a short spear that had 2 leather knife sheaths strapped to the haft. The newcomer was a young man, perhaps 4 years older than Sen's 15, but he was taller by several fingers than even Dalit. He wore the common leathers of a spearman, but under them was a pair of dark trousers. That wasn't supposed to be allowed. His black, Alethi hair was shoulder-length and wavy, his eyes a dark brown. He also had knots of white cord on the shoulders of his jerkin, marking him as a squad leader. The 30 men around Sen snapped to attention, raising their spears in salute. This is Kaladin Stormblessed? Sen thought incredulously. This youth? Dalit, we're soon going to have a new recruit, Kaladin said. He had a strong voice. I need you to... He trailed off as he noticed Sen. He found his way here just a few minutes ago, sir, Dalit said with a smile. I've been getting him ready. Well done, Kaladin said. I paid good money to get that boy away from Gare. That man's so incompetent he might as well be fighting for the other side. What? Sen thought. Why would anyone pay to get me? What do you think about the field? Kaladin asked. Several of the other spearmen nearby raised hands to shade from the sun, scanning the rocks. That dip next to the 2 boulders on the far right? Dalit asked. Kaladin shook his head. Footing's too rough. Aye, perhaps it is. What about the short hill over there? Far enough to avoid the first fall, close enough to not get too far ahead. Kaladin nodded, though Sen couldn't see what they were looking at. Looks good. The rest of you louts hear that? Dalit shouted. The men raised their spears high. Keep an eye on the new boy, Dalit, Kaladin said. He won't know the signs. Of course, Dalit said, smiling. Smiling? How could the man smile? The enemy army was blowing horns. Did that mean they were ready? Even though Sen had just relieved himself, he felt a trickle of urine line down his leg. Stay firm, Kaladin said, then trotted down the front line to talk to the next squad leader over. Behind Sen and the others, dozens of ranks were still growing. The archers on the sides prepared to fire. Don't worry, son, Dalit said. We'll be fine. Squad leader Kaladin is lucky. The soldier on the other side of Sen nodded. He was a lanky, red-haired Baden with darker tan skin than the Alethi. Why was he fighting in an Alethi army? That's right, Kaladin. He's Stormblessed. Right sure he is. We only lost, what, 1 man last battle? But someone did die, Sen said. Dalit shrugged. People always die. Our squad loses the fewest. You'll see. Kaladin finished conferring with the other squad leader and jogged back to his team. Though he carried a short spear, meant to be wielded one-handed with a shield in the other hand, his was a hand longer than those held by the other man. At the ready, men, Dalit called. Unlike the other squad leaders, Kaladin didn't fall into rank, but stood out in front of his squad. The men around Sen shuffled, excited. The sounds were repeated through the vast army, the stillness giving way before eagerness. Hundreds of feet shuffling, shields slapping, clasps clanking. Kaladin remained motionless, staring down the other army. Steady, man, he said without turning. Behind, a light-eyed officer passed on horseback. Be ready to fight. I want their blood, men. Fight and kill. Steady, Kaladin said again after the man passed. Be ready to run, Dalit said to Sen. Run? We've been trained to march in formation, to stay in our line. Sure, Dalit said, but most of the men don't have much more training than you. Those who can fight well end up getting sent to the Shattered Plains to battle the Parshendi. Kaladin's trying to get us into shape to go there, to fight for the king. Dalit nodded down the line. Most of these here will break in charge. The Light Eyes aren't good enough commanders to keep them in formation. So stay with us and run. Should I have my shield out? Around Kaladin's team, the other ranks were unhooking their shields, but Kaladin's squad left their shields on their backs. Before Dalit could answer, a horn blew from behind. Go, Dalit said. Sen didn't have much choice. The entire army started moving in a clamor of marching boots. As Dalit had predicted, the steady march didn't last long. Some men began yelling, the war taken up by others. Light Eyes called for them to go, run, fight. The line disintegrated. As soon as that happened, Kaladin's squad broke into a dash, running out into the front at full speed. Sen scrambled to keep up, panicked and terrified. The ground wasn't as smooth as it had seemed, and he nearly tripped on a hidden rock bud, vines withdrawn into its shell. He righted himself and kept going, holding his spear in one hand, his shield clapping against his back. The distant army was in motion as well, their soldiers charging down the field. There was no semblance of a battle formation or a careful line. This wasn't anything like the training had claimed it would be. Sen didn't even know who the enemy was. A landlord was encroaching on Bright Lord Amaram's territory, the land owned ultimately by High Princess Hades. It was a border skirmish, and Sen thought it was with another Alethi princedom. Why were they fighting each other? Perhaps the king would have to put a stop to it. But he was on the Shattered Plains, seeking vengeance for the murder of King Gavilar 5 years before. The enemy had a lot of archers. Sen's panic climbed to a peak as the first wave of arrows flew into the air. He stumbled again, itching to take out his shield, but Dalit grabbed his arm and yanked him forward. Hundreds of arrows split the sky, dimming the sun. They arced and fell, dropping like sky heels upon their prey. Amaram's soldiers raised shields, but not Kaladin's squad. No shields for them. Sen screamed, and the arrows slammed into the middle ranks of Amaram's army behind him. Sen glanced over his shoulder, still running. The arrows fell behind him. Soldiers screamed, arrows broke against shields. Only a few straggling arrows landed anywhere near the front ranks. Why? He yelled at Dalit. How did you know? They want the arrows to hit where the men are most crowded, the large man replied. Where they'll have the greatest chance of finding a body. Several other groups in the van left their shields lowered, but most ran awkwardly with their shields angled up to the sky, worried about arrows that wouldn't hit them. That slowed them, and they risked getting trampled by the men behind who were getting hit. Sen itched to raise his shield anyway. It felt so wrong to run without it. The second volley hit, the men screamed in pain. Kaladin's squad barreled toward the enemy soldiers, some of whom were dying to arrows from Amaram's archers. Sen could hear the enemy soldiers bellowing war cries, could make out individual faces. Suddenly Kaladin's squad pulled to a halt, forming a tight group. They reached the small incline that Kaladin and Dalit had chosen earlier. Dalit grabbed Sen and shoved him to the very center of the formation. Kaladin's men lowered spears, pulling out shields as the enemy bore down on them. The charging foe used no careful formation. They didn't keep the ranks of long spears in back and short spears in front. They all just ran forward, yelling in a frenzy. Sen scrambled to get his shield unlatched from his back. Flashing spears rang in the air as the squads engaged one another. A group of enemy spearmen rushed up to Kaladin's squad, perhaps coveting the higher ground. The 3 dozen attackers had some cohesion, though they weren't in as tight a formation as Kaladin's squad was. The enemy seemed determined to make up for it in passion. They bellowed and screamed in fury, rushing Kaladin's line. Kaladin's team held rank, defending Sen as if he were some Light Eyes and they were his honor guard. The two forces met with a crash of metal on wood, shields slamming together. Sen cringed back. It was over in a few eye blinks. The enemy squad pulled back, leaving 2 dead on the stone. Kaladin's team hadn't lost anyone. They held their bristling V formation. The one man stepped back and pulled out a bandage to wrap a thigh wound. The rest of the men closed in to fill the spot. The wounded man was hulking and thick-armed. He cursed, but the wound didn't look bad. He was on his feet in a moment, but didn't return to the place where he'd been. Instead, he moved down to one end of the V formation, a more protected spot. The battlefield was chaos. The 2 armies mingled indistinguishably. Sounds of clanging, crunching, and screaming churned in the air. Many of the squads broke apart, members rushing from one encounter to another. They moved like hunters, groups of 3 or 4 seeking lone individuals, then brutally falling on them. Kaladin's team held its ground, engaging only enemy squads that got too close. Was this what a battle really was? Sen's practice had trained him for long ranks of men shoulder to shoulder, not this frenzied intermixing, this brutal pandemonium. Why didn't more hold formation? The real soldiers are all gone, Sen thought, all fighting in a real battle at the Shattered Plains. No wonder Kaladin wants to get his squad there. Spears flashed on all sides. It was difficult to tell friend from foe, despite the emblems on breastplates and colored paint on shields. The battlefield broke down into hundreds of small groups, like 1,000 different wars happening at the same time. After the first few exchanges, Dalit took Sen by the shoulder and placed him in the rank at the very bottom of the V pattern. Sen, however, was worthless. When Kaladin's team engaged enemy squads, all of his training fled him. It took everything he had just to remain there, holding his spear outward and trying to look threatening. For the better part of an hour, Kaladin's squad held their small hill, working as a team, shoulder to shoulder. Kaladin often left his position at the front, rushing this way and that, banging his spear on his shield in a strange rhythm. Those are signals, Sen realized as Kaladin's squad moved from the V-shape into a ring. With the screams of the dying and the thousands of men calling to others, it was nearly impossible to hear a single person's voice. But the sharp clang of the spear against the metal plate on Kaladin's shield was clear. Each time they changed formations, Dalit grabbed Sen by the shoulder and steered him. Kaladin's team didn't chase down stragglers. They remained on the defensive, and while several of the men in Kaladin's team took wounds, none of them fell. Their squad was too intimidating for the smaller groups, and larger enemy units retreated after a few exchanges, seeking easier foes. Eventually, something changed. Kaladin turned, watching the tides of the battle with discerning brown eyes. He raised his spear and smacked his shield in a quick rhythm he hadn't used before. Dalit grabbed Sen by the arm and pulled him away from the small hill. Why abandon it now? Just then, the larger body of Amaram's force broke, the men scattering. Sen hadn't realized how poorly the battle in this quarter had been going for his side. As Kaladin's team retreated, they passed many wounded and dying, and Sen grew nauseated. Soldiers were sliced open, their insides spilling out. He didn't have time for horror. The retreat quickly turned into a rout. Dalit cursed and Kaladin beat his shield again. The squad changed direction, heading eastward. There, Sen saw, a larger group of Amaram's soldiers was holding. But the enemy had seen the ranks break, and that made them bold. They rushed forward in clusters, like wild axe hounds, hunting stray hogs. Before Kaladin's team was halfway across the field and dead and dying, a large group of enemy soldiers intercepted them. Kaladin reluctantly banged his shield. His squad slowed. Sen felt his heart begin to thump faster and faster. Nearby, a squad of Amaram's soldiers was consumed. Men stumbled and fell, screaming, trying to get away. The enemies used their spears like skewers, killing men on the ground like kremlings. Kaladin's men met the enemy in a crash of spears and shields, bodies shoved on all sides, and Sen was spun about. In the jumble of friend and foe, dying and killing, Sen grew overwhelmed. So many men running in so many directions. He panicked, scrambling for safety. A group of soldiers nearby wore Alethi uniforms. Kaladin's squad. Sen ran for them, but when some turned toward him, Sen was terrified to realize he didn't recognize them. This wasn't Kaladin's squad, but a small group of unfamiliar soldiers holding an uneven, broken line. Wounded and terrified, they scattered as soon as an enemy squad got close. Sen froze, holding his spear in a sweaty hand. The enemy soldiers charged right for him. His instincts urged him to flee, yet he had seen so many men picked off one at a time. He had to stand. He had to face them. He couldn't run. He couldn't. He yelled, stabbing his spear at the lead soldier. The man casually knocked the weapon aside with his shield, then drove his short spear into Sen's thigh. The pain was hot, so hot that the blood squirting out of his leg felt cold by comparison. Sen gasped. The soldier yanked the weapon free. Sen stumbled backward, dropping his spear and shield. He fell to rocky ground, splashing in someone else's blood. His foe raised a spear high, a looming silhouette against the stark blue sky, ready to ram it into Sen's heart. And then he was there. Squad leader, Stormblessed. Kaladin's spear came as if out of nowhere, narrowly deflecting the blow that was to have killed Sen. Kaladin set himself in front of Sen, alone, facing down 6 spearmen. He didn't flinch. He charged. It happened so quickly. Kaladin swept the feet from beneath the man who had stabbed Sen. Even as that man fell, Kaladin reached up and flipped a knife from one of the sheaths tied about his spear. His hand snapped, knife flashing and hitting the thigh of a second foe. That man fell to one knee, screaming. A third man froze, looking at his fallen allies. Kaladin shoved past a wounded enemy and slammed his spear into the gut of a third man. A fourth man fell with a knife to the eye. When had Kaladin grabbed that knife? He spun between the last two, his spear a blur, wielding it like a quarterstaff. For a moment, Sen thought he could see something surrounding the squad leader, a warping of the air, like the wind itself had become visible. I've lost a lot of blood. It's flowing out so quickly. Kaladin spun, knocking aside attacks. The last 2 spearmen fell with gurgles that Sen thought sounded surprised. Foes all down, Kaladin turned and knelt beside Sen. The squad leader set aside his spear and whipped a white strip of cloth from his pocket, then efficiently wrapped it tight around Sen's leg. Kaladin worked with the ease of one who had bound wounds dozens of times before. Kaladin, sir, Sen said, pointing at one of the soldiers Kaladin had wounded. The enemy man held his leg as he stumbled to his feet. In a second, however, Mountainous Dalit was there, shoving the foe with his shield. Dalit didn't kill the wounded man, but let him stumble away unarmed. The rest of the squad arrived and formed a ring around Kaladin, Dalit, and Sen. Kaladin stood up, raising his spear to his shoulder. Dalit handed him back his knives, retrieved from the fallen foes. Had me worried there, sir, Dalit said, running off like that. I knew you'd follow, Kaladin said. Raise the red banner. Sin, Corridor, you're going back with the boy. Dalit, hold here. Amram's line is bulging in this direction. We should be safe soon. And you, sir? Dalit asked. Kaladin looked across the field. A pocket had opened in the enemy forces. The man rode there on a white horse, swinging about him with a wicked mace. He wore full plate armor, polished and gleaming silver. A shard bearer, Sen said. Dalit snorted. No, thank the Stormfather. Just a light-eyed officer. Shard bearers are far too valuable to waste on a minor border dispute. Kaladin watched the light eyes with seething hatred. It was the same hatred Sen's father had shown when he'd spoken of Chul rustlers, or the hatred Sen's mother would display when someone mentioned Kusiri, who had run off with the cobbler's son. Sir, Dalit said hesitantly. Sub-squads 2 and 3. Pincer pattern, Kaladin said, his voice hard. We're taking a Bright Lord off his throne. You sure that's wise, sir? We got wounded. Kaladin turned toward Dalit. That's one of Halaw's officers. He might be the one. You don't know that, sir. Regardless, he's a battalion lord. If we kill an officer that high, we're all but guaranteed to be in the next group sent to the Shattered Plains. We're taking him. His eyes grew distant. Imagine it, Dalit. Real soldiers. A war camp with discipline and light eyes with integrity. A place where our fighting will mean something. Dalit sighed, but nodded. Kaladin waved to a group of his soldiers. Then they raced across the field. A smaller group of soldiers, including Dalit, waited behind with the wounded. One of those, a thin man with black Alethi hair speckled with a handful of blonde hairs marking some foreign blood, pulled a long red ribbon from his pocket and attached it to his spear. He held the spear aloft, letting the ribbon flap in the wind. It's a call for runners to carry our wounded off the field, Dalit said to Sen. We'll have you out of here soon. You were brave, standing against those 6. Fleeing seemed stupid, Sen said, trying to take his mind off his throbbing leg. With so many wounded on the field, how can we think that the runners will come for us? Squad leader Kaladin bribes them, Dalit said. They usually only carry off light eyes, but there are more runners than there are wounded light eyes. The squad leader puts most of his pay into the bribes. This squad is different, Sen said, feeling lightheaded. Told you. Not because of luck, because of training. That's part of it. Part of it is because we know if we get hurt, Kaladin will get us off the battlefield. He paused, looking over his shoulder. As Kaladin had predicted, Amram's line was surging back, recovering. The mounted enemy light eyes from before was energetically laying about with his mace. A group of his honor guard moved to one side, engaging Kaladin's sub-squads. The light eyes turned his horse. He wore an open-fronted helm that had sloping sides and a large set of plumes on the top. Sen couldn't make out his eye color, but he knew it would be blue or green, maybe yellow or light gray. He was a Bright Lord, chosen at birth by the heralds, marked for rule. He impassively regarded those who fought nearby. Then one of Kaladin's knives took him in the right eye. The Bright Lord screamed, falling back off the saddle as Kaladin somehow slipped through the lines and leaped upon him, spear raised. Aye, it's part training, Dalit said, shaking his head. But it's mostly him. He fights like a storm, that one, and thinks twice as fast as other men. The way he moves sometimes... He bound my leg, Sen said, realizing he was beginning to speak nonsense due to the blood loss. Why point out the bound leg? It was a simple thing. Dalit just nodded. He knows a lot about wounds. He can read glyphs, too. He's a strange man, for a loaded dark-eyed spearman our squad leader is. He turned to Sen. But you should save your strength, son. The squad leader won't be pleased if we lose you. Not after what he paid to get you. Why? Sen asked. The battlefield was growing quieter, as if many of the dying men already yelled themselves hoarse. Almost everyone around them was an ally, but Dalit still watched to make sure no enemy soldiers tried to strike at Kaladin's wounded. Why, Dalit? Sen repeated, feeling urgent. Why bring me into his squad? Why me? Dalit shook his head. That's just how he is. Hates the thought of young kids like you, barely trained, going to battle. Every now and again he grabs one and brings him into his squad. A good half dozen of our men were once like you. Dalit's eyes got a far-off look. I think you all remind him of someone. Sen glanced at his leg. Pain spren, like small orange hands with overly long fingers, were crawling around him, reacting to his agony. They began turning away, scurrying in other directions, seeking out other movement. His pain was fading, his leg, his whole body feeling numb. He leaned back, staring up at the sky. He could hear faint thunder. That was odd. The sky was cloudless. Gallant cursed. Sen turned, shocked out of his stupor. Galloping directly toward them was a massive black horse bearing a rider in gleaming armor that seemed to radiate light. That armor was seamless, no chain underneath, just smaller plates, incredibly intricate. The figure wore an unornamented full helm, and the plate was gilded. He carried a massive sword in one hand, fully as long as a man was tall. It wasn't a simple straight sword, it was curved, and the side that wasn't sharp was ridged, like flowing waves. Etchings covered its length. It was beautiful, like a work of art. Sen had never seen a shard bearer, but he knew immediately what this was. How could he ever have mistaken a simple armored light eyes for one of these majestic creatures? Hadn't Dalit claimed there would be no shard bearers on this battlefield? Dalit scrambled to his feet, calling for the sub-squad to form up. Sen just sat where he was. He couldn't have stood, not with that leg wound. He felt so lightheaded. How much blood had he lost? He could barely think. Either way, he couldn't fight. You didn't fight something like this. Sun gleamed against that plate armor, and that gorgeous, intricate, sinuous sword. It was like the Almighty himself had taken form to walk the battlefield. And why would you want to fight the Almighty? Sen closed his eyes. 2. Honor is dead. 10 orders. We were loved once. Why have you forsaken us? Almighty, shout of my soul, where have you gone? Collected on the 2nd day of Shashash, 1171, 5 seconds before death. Subject was a light-eyed woman in her 3rd decade. 8 months later. Kaladin's stomach growled as he reached through the bars and accepted the bowl of slop. He pulled the small bowl, more a cup, between the bars, sniffed it, then grimaced as the caged wagon began to roll again. The sludgy gray slop was made from overcooked talu grain, and this batch was flecked with crusted bits of yesterday's meal. Revolting though it was all he would get. He began to eat, legs hanging out between the bars, watching the scenery pass. The other slaves in his cage clutched their bowls protectively, afraid that someone might steal from them. One of them tried to steal Kaladin's food on the first day. He'd nearly broken the man's arm. Now everyone left him alone. Suited him just fine. He ate with his fingers, careless of the dirt. He'd stopped noticing dirt months ago. He hated that he felt some of that same paranoia that the others showed. How could he not, after 8 months of beatings, deprivation, and brutality? He fought down the paranoia. He wouldn't become like them, even if he'd given up everything else, even if all had been taken from him, even if there was no longer hope of escape. This one thing he would retain. He was a slave, but he didn't need to think like one. He finished the slop quickly. Nearby, one of the other slaves began to cough weakly. There were 10 slaves in the wagon, all men, scraggly bearded and dirty. It was one of 3 wagons in their caravan through the unclaimed hills. The sun blazed reddish-white on the horizon, like the hottest part of a smith's fire. It lit the framing clouds with a spray of color, paint thrown carelessly on a canvas. Covered in tall, monotonously green grass, the hills seemed endless. On a nearby mound, a small figure flitted around the plants, dancing like a fluttering insect. The figure was amorphous, vaguely translucent. Wind spren were devious spirits who had a penchant for staying where they weren't wanted. He'd hoped that this one had gotten bored and left. But as Kaladin tried to toss his wooden bowl aside, he found that it stuck to his fingers. The wind spren laughed, zipping by, nothing more than a ribbon of light without form. He cursed, tugging on the bowl. Wind spren often played pranks like that. He pried at the bowl, and it eventually came free. Grumbling, he tossed it to one of the other slaves. The man quickly began to lick at the remnants of the slop. Hey, a voice whispered. Kaladin looked to the side. A slave with dark skin and matted hair was calling up to him, timid, as if expecting Kaladin to be angry. You're not like the others. The slave's black eyes glanced upward, toward Kaladin's forehead, which bore 3 brands. The first 2 made a glyph pair, given to him 8 months ago on his last day in Amaram's army. The third was fresh, given to him by his most recent master. Shash, the last glyph read. Dangerous. The slave had his hand hidden behind his rags. A knife? No, that was ridiculous. None of these slaves could have hidden a weapon. The leaves hidden in Kaladin's belt were as close as one could get. But old instincts could not be banished easily, so Kaladin watched that hand. I heard the guards talking. The slave continued, shuffling a little closer. He had a twitch that made him blink too frequently. You've tried to escape before, they said. You have escaped before. Kaladin gave no reply. Look, the slave said, moving his hand out from behind his rags and revealing his bowl of slop. It was half full. Take me with you next time, he whispered. I'll give you this. Half my food from now until we get away. Please. As he spoke, he attracted a few hunger spren. They looked like brown flies that flitted around the man's head, almost too small to see. Kaladin turned away, looking out at the endless hills and their shifting, moving grasses. He rested one arm across the bars and placed his head against it, legs still hanging out. Well, the slave asked. You're an idiot. If you give me half your food, you'd be too weak to escape if I were to flee, which I won't. It doesn't work. But 10 times, Kaladin whispered. 10 escape attempts in 8 months, fleeing from 5 different masters. And how many of them worked? Well, I mean, you're still here. 8 months. 8 months as a slave, 8 months of slop and beatings. It might as well have been an eternity. He barely remembered the army anymore. You can't hide as a slave, Kaladin said. Not with that brand on your forehead. Oh, I got away a few times, but they always found me. And then back I went. Once, men had called him lucky. Storm-blessed. Those had been lies. If anything, Kaladin had bad luck. Soldiers were a superstitious lot, and though he'd initially resisted that way of thinking, it was growing harder and harder. Every person he'd ever tried to protect had ended up dead. Time and time again. And now here he was, in an even worse situation than where he'd begun. It was better not to resist. This was his lot, and he was resigned to it. There was a certain power in that, of freedom. The freedom of not having to care. The slave eventually realized Kaladin wasn't going to say anything further, and so he retreated, eating his slop. The wagons continued to roll, fields of green extending in all directions. The area around the rattling wagons was bare, however. When they approached, the grass pulled away, each individual stalk withdrawing into a pinprick hole in the stone. After the wagons moved on, The grass timidly poked back out and stretched its blades toward the air, and so the cages moved along what appeared to be an open rock highway, cleared just for them. This far into the unclaimed hills, the high stones were incredibly powerful. The plants had learned to survive. That's what you had to do. Learn to survive. Brace yourself. Weather the storm. Kaladin caught a whiff of another sweaty, unwashed body and heard the sound of shuffling feet. He looked suspiciously to the side, expecting that same slave to be back. It was a different man this time, though. He had a long black beard stuck with bits of food and snarled with dirt. Kaladin kept his own beard shorter, allowing Teflakof's mercenaries to hack it down periodically. Like Kaladin, the slave wore the remains of a brown sack tied with a rag. And he was dark-eyed, of course. Perhaps a dark green, though with dark eyes it was hard to tell. They all looked brown or black unless you caught them in the right light. The newcomer cringed away, raising his hands. He had a rash on one hand, the skin just faintly discolored. He'd likely approached because he'd seen Kaladin respond to that other man. The slaves had been frightened of him since the first day, but they were also obviously curious. Kaladin sighed and turned away. The slave hesitantly sat down. Mind if I ask how you became a slave, friend? Can't help wondering. We're all wondering. Judging by the accent and the dark hair, the man was Alethi, like Kaladin. Most of the slaves were. Kaladin didn't reply to the question. Me? I stole a herd of chal, the man said. He had a raspy voice, like sheets of paper rubbing together. If I'd taken one chal, they might have just beaten me. But a whole herd, 17 head. He chuckled to himself, admiring his own audacity. In the distant corner of the wagon, someone coughed again. They were a sorry lot, even for slaves. Weak, sickly, underfed. Some, like Kaladin, were repeat runaways, though Kaladin was the only one with a shash brand. They were the most worthless of a worthless caste, purchased at a steep discount. They were probably being taken for resale in a distant place where men were desperate for labor. There were plenty of small, independent cities along the coast of the unclaimed hills, places where boring rules governing the use of slaves were just a distant rumor. Coming this way was dangerous. These lands were ruled by nobody, and by cutting across open land and staying away from established trade routes, Teflakov could easily run afoul of unemployed mercenaries, men who had no honor and no fear of slaughtering a slave master and his slaves, in order to steal a few chulls and wagons. Men who had no honor. Were there men who had honor? No, Kaladin thought. Honor died 8 months ago. So, asked the scraggly bearded man, what did you do to get made a slave? Kaladin raised his arm against the bars again. How did you get caught? Hard thing, that, the man said. Kaladin hadn't answered his question, but he had replied. That seemed enough. It was a woman, of course. Should have known she'd sell me. Shouldn't have stolen chulls. Too slow. Horses would have been better. The man laughed riotously. Horses? What do you think me, a madman? If I'd been caught stealing those, I'd have been hanged. Chulls at least only earned me a slave's brand. Kaladin glanced to the side. This man's forehead brand was older than Kaladin's. The skin around the scar faded to white. What was that with there? Sasmorum, Kaladin said. It was the High Lord's district where the man had originally been branded. The man looked up with shock. Hey, you know Bliss? Several of the slaves nearby stirred at this oddity. You must have an even better story than I thought, friend. Kaladin stared out over those grasses blowing in the mild breeze. Whenever the wind picked up, the more sensitive of the grass stalks shrank down into their burrows, leaving the landscape patchy, like the coat of a sickly horse. That wind spren was still there, moving between patches of grass. How long had it been following him? At least a couple of months now. That was downright odd. Maybe it wasn't the same one. They were impossible to tell apart. Well, the man cried, why are you here? There are many reasons why I'm here, Kaladin said. Failures, crimes, betrayals. Probably the same for most every one of us. Around him, several of the men grunted in agreement. One of those grunts then degenerated into a hacking cough. Persistent coughing, a part of Kaladin's mind thought, accompanied by an excess of phlegm and fevered mumbling at night. Sounds like the grindings. Well, the talkative man said, perhaps I should ask a different question. Be more specific. That's what my mother always said. Say what you mean and ask for what you want. What's the story of you getting that first brand of yours? Kaladin sat, feeling the wagon thump and roll beneath him. I killed the light eyes. His unnamed companion whistled again, this time even more appreciative than before. I'm surprised they let you live. Killing the light eyes isn't why I was made a slave, Kaladin said. It's the one I didn't kill, that's the problem. How's that? Kaladin shook his head, then stopped answering the talkative man's questions. The man eventually wandered to the front of the wagon's cage and sat down, staring at his bare feet. Hours later, Kaladin still sat in his place, idly fingering the glyphs on his forehead. This was his life, day in and day out, riding in these cursed wagons. His first brands had healed long ago, but the skin around the shash brand was red, irritated, and crusted with scabs. It throbbed, almost like a second heart. It hurt even worse than the burn had when he grabbed the heated handle of a cooking pot as a child. Lessons drilled into Kaladin by his father whispered in the back of his brain, giving the proper way to care for a burn. Apply a salve to prevent infection. Wash once daily. Those memories weren't a comfort. They were an annoyance. He didn't have 4-leaf sap or lister's oil. He didn't even have water for the washing. The parts of the wound that had scabbed over pulled at his skin, making his forehead feel tight. He could barely pass a few minutes without scrunching up his brow and irritating the wound.